All right, good evening. We are going to establish a quorum for the board prior to going into closed session. So it looks like we have all 5 board members here, so we have a quorum. And this meeting is being webcast live and recorded. The recording of or webcast may capture images and sounds of those attending the meeting. Eric, you've done a great job over there, so thank you on that. And let's see here. So in terms of closed session items of discussion, please refer to the list of items identified in section B under closed session. And then are there any public comments currently on closed session items before we adjourn to closed session? I hear none. Okay, we didn't receive any cards. So we adjourn to closed session, and we'll see you at 6. Christy's in the audience. All righty, welcome everyone. Is my mic working? All right. All right, good evening. I guess the mic isn't working very well? Working. Hi, everyone. Oh, look, there it comes. The mic is on now. Very good. Hey, welcome, everyone. This is exciting. We have not seen this many people in a decade. So we're glad that you're here. We're glad that you know about us. So we're super excited. So thanks for coming tonight. Thank you for allowing us to start a few minutes late with everything going on. So we're going to reconvene the meeting, and I'm going to introduce the interpreter briefly here. And it says, there will be a Spanish interpreter for this meeting. Meeting attendees who would like to listen to the Spanish interpretation of the proceedings, please pick up headphones from the table located in the back of this room. This announcement will now be shared in Spanish. And hi, welcome.
Buenas tardes. Si necesitan interpretación de esta reunión, los audífonos están en la mesa de atrás y desean escucharlo en español.
Okay. Just getting some power on my computer here. Thank you, and thank you for that introduction. All righty. So then this meeting is being webcast live and recorded. The recording or webcast may capture images and sounds of those attending the meeting. We'll begin tonight with our mission and vision and do our new student board members who will be swearing in a few minutes. Do you guys have the mission and vision? And you know who's going to read which? Okay, take it away.
Hello, I'll be reading our mission. Our mission is empowering every student to graduate, prepare for college, career, and life through excellence in learning.
Our vision is relentlessly pursuing, with optimism, equitable support for all students to navigate a changing world by providing rigorous and relevant learning experiences that strengthen their capacity as open-minded and invested collaborators, effective and thoughtful communicators, resourceful and creative problem solvers, curious and analytical critical thinkers, and informed and compassionate community members.
Thank you both so much. So Christy, are you our longest serving board member?
I
leave at this time, yes.
Very good. Well, you are going to be leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Okay, everyone please stand. Right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I don't think I've ever heard that louder in this room. Thank you.
All right. So let's see. Is the mic? It sounds like the mic went off again. Hello. Test 1, 2, 3. Yeah, it went off. It's on, but there we go. Now it's on. All right. So I have a very loud voice, but the people at home can't hear us. So I will do both, but yeah, it's not working. Testing 1, 2, 3. Okay, it's the inspirational student recognition, and Mr. Michael Santos from Orange Glen High School will now do the inspiration. The mic is not working.
1, 2, 3, testing.
Here, let me do this. Let me see if this works. Can everyone hear this? They can hear this. Okay, we'll do that for now. All right, so now we're going to move to the inspirational student recognition by Mr. Michael Santos, principal of Orange Glen High School. Mr. Santos, nice to see you.
See you too, thank you. Hi everyone, I'm Michael Santos, the proud principal of Orange Glen High School. I first want to thank our district cabinet and I will do an interpretive dance now. Okay, we'll start over. Hi everyone, I'm Michael Santos, the proud principal of Orange Glen High School. I first want to thank our district cabinet and school board for the opportunity to celebrate our students, especially those that will become an inspiration, not just for our school, but for our community. At OGHS, our school vision
Let's try this.
Okay.
You can run around like Maury Povich.
Thank you. At OGHS, our school vision is to have academic and personal growth for all students. This growth varies for each student, but our efforts are to continually help all students improve and provide them the skills they in AV.
Test 1, 2, 3.
Mr. President, can I suggest a 5-minute recess?
I hear you, but hold on 1 second. Okay.
Check. Okay. Try again. This growth varies for each student, but our efforts are to continually help all students improve and provide them the skills they need to be successful in whatever path they choose, be it college or career, but always successful in life. OG's inspirational student not only has grown tremendously, but has taken every advantage our school has to offer. David Mauricio Rodriguez Romero is one that continues to push what is possible of a young person. He excels academically with a 4.17 GPA and is on track to get his AA. Athletically, making it to the CIF boys tennis individual playoffs last year, and in the community, from volunteering in a hospital to bringing local radio celebrity and OG alum Jesse Lozano to donate to OG in the tennis program. David is the full package. And to tell us more about this amazing student is our counselor, Ms. Rita Guerra, to tell us more.
Good evening, members of the board. It is my honor to introduce you to a truly exceptional young man, David Mauricio Rodriguez Romero, a 12th grade student at Orange Glen High School and our nominee for Orange Glen High School's Inspirational Student of the Month. David currently holds an outstanding GPA above a 4.0, but it's not just his GPA that makes David inspiring. It's his heart, resilience, and drive behind it all. As a first-generation college-bound student and a reclassified English language learner, David has faced the challenge of navigating the academic world largely on his own. Juggling rigorous coursework, sports, clubs, and community service, he found himself overwhelmed. But rather than giving up, David always steps up. He created systems to stay organized, built better habits, and transformed tough moments into a launching pad for his success. I remember like it was just yesterday when David joined middle college at Orange Glen High School as a 9th grade student and expressed to me that his passion lies in medicine. His dream is to become a pediatrician or to specialize in internal medicine and to serve the Latino community with empathy and understanding. That dream was sparked at just 11 years old while caring for his mother during a medical emergency. David's passion grew stronger through his volunteer work at Palomar Health Hospital, where he stepped in as a Spanish translator for frightened and confused patients, helping them communicate their pain and concerns when no one else would or could. Through these experiences, David realized the urgent need for bilingual, culturally aware medical professionals. David has shared with me that many of the patients, after he helped them, would look him in his eyes and say, "Échale muchísimas ganas, hijo. Work really hard, my son." And he has. David volunteers at Palomar Health Hospital as an inpatient ambassador, as well as a volunteer trainer. David has completed the medical assistant clinical certificate of competency, medical assistant administrative certificate of competency, CPR certification, stop the bleed certificate of competency, hold on, I lost my administration, stop the FEMA certificate of completion, and is an active participant of our 1904 cadets program at Orange Glen High School, which teaches the community important life-saving skills in case of an emergency. David is on track to earn his AA degree from Palomar College, as well as his IGETSI certification by the end of his senior year. David aspires to attend UC San Diego, followed by the UCSD School of Medicine, and he is committed to becoming one of the few Latino doctors in his field, not just to break barriers, but to be the difference in people's lives. David is more than a student. He is a leader, a role model, and an inspiration to our entire community. Thank you for celebrating him with us tonight.
Well, first of all, hello. Okay. So thank you, Ms. Guerra and Mr. Santos, for your very kind words. And thank you for all being here, everyone. I'm very honored to be here with you all today. First and foremost, I want to thank God, my family, my girlfriend Alexis, and all of the Orange Glen staff. Without their constant love, guidance, and support, I would not be standing here with you all today. They have always reminded me of the importance of working really hard, helping my neighbor, and using my gifts to serve others. 4 years ago, I made the decision to attend Orange Glen. I went into high school promising myself that I would not leave with any regret. I heard from many people that they regret not working harder, not joining a sport or a club in high school. Although it was hard balancing all my extracurriculars and grades, I tried everything. And of course, although it was really hard, I enjoyed it. Because I knew that high school only comes once. And in the future, I wouldn't leave with any regrets. One moment, I was a high school student. The other, I was a college student. Then I was a tennis player. Then a paramedic. Then I was a medical assistant. Then a hospital volunteer. And then back to myself. Throughout many months, I wore these costumes and always make sure to keep my grades high, but also giving time for myself. If you ask me if it was easy, of course I would say not. But everything that I learned from those activities, combined with my education and values, helped me not just become a better student, but a person who helps out their community. Now, I want to share a story with you all today of how all of these activities came together while volunteering at Palomar Hospital. One day, while training a few volunteers, a doctor came up to me and asked me if anybody spoke Spanish, which of course I spoke up and said, of course I do speak Spanish. And he led me to this patient room. where I saw a young Hispanic man, and his leg was in pretty bad conditions. And the doctor told me that his leg was unfortunately going to be amputated, and he gave me the task to tell this unfortunate patient that his leg was going to be amputated. Now, with the quick decision that I made, well, that I learned in 1904 cadets, with the ability to handle patient news like I learned in medical assistant, and with the empathy that I gained and received at Orange Glen, I was able to deliver the news directly, but in such a way that was able to comfort both the patient and his family. Moments like this have truly shaped me. If I hadn't taken into consideration everything that I learned throughout high school, maybe the outcome of this situation may have been very different. That's why I encourage others to embrace every opportunity that comes to them. Try new things, keep learning, and use that knowledge to improve yourself as a person, but also to help out your community as well. None of this would have been possible without the Orange Glen community. I'm very proud to be a patriot and to represent my school with gratitude and pride. Thank you.
Gonna come up front. The mic still working? Can everyone hear? You got the most standing ovation ever, so there you go. So, is Mayor White here? There was going to be Mayor White. Here he comes.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for letting me crash your party here. David Romero, congratulations on being the Inspirational Student of the Month. And I got to tell you, every time I come back for these things, I feel like the stories get more and more inspiring. And your spirit of service and charity is truly remarkable. So thank you for that. You make us all proud representing the city out there. So thank you very much. Congratulations.
Couple more items here for you to decorate your dorm room with. So this one is from Jim Desmond's office. And it says Certificate of Commendation presented to you. And it says, I am proud to recognize Orange Glen School's September's inspirational student, David Mauricio Rodriguez Romero, hope I got that right, a dedicated and resilient 12th grade student who continues to inspire those around him through his perseverance, positive attitude, and academic growth. We celebrate David's accomplishments and academic growth, and we wish continued success in your future endeavors. Congratulations. Sincerely, Jim Desmond, Supervisor, 5th District. And then this one from the Escondido Union High School District Board of Education is honored to present the Inspirational Student Award to you. And this is given to you on September 9th, 2025 in recognition of your outstanding accomplishments. So there you go. see if the microphones, yes, they are working again. Good job, Eric. All right, at this point, we are on item number 7, report of action taken in closed session. And this will be by Board Member Williams.
Does this work? Yep. In closed session on motion of Board Member Knight, second by Board Member Durney, the Board of Education voted to approve physical education waivers, case numbers 39 through 209, for the 2025-2026 school year by a 5 yay, 0 nay, 0 absent, 0 abstain vote. On motion of Board Member Durney, seconded by Board Member Williams, the Board of Education voted to approve graduation waivers, cases numbers 1 through 6, for the 2025-2026 school year by a 5 yay, 0 nay, 0 absent, 0 abstain vote. That is the report for closed session today.
Thank you, Trustee Williams. All right, and now we're going to approve the board meeting minutes of the August 5th, 2025 meeting. Can I get a motion and a second, please?
I move to approve the minutes.
Second.
And we got a second, sounds like. Is there any discussion on those minutes? All right, we will call the vote. All in favor, say aye.
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 Oh, and student board members, you guys are back. Welcome back. How do you vote?
Aye.
Aye.
Very good.
Unofficial advisory vote. They'll be sworn in a moment.
Yes, okay. All right, so then for this month, we want to approve the agenda. Are there any additions, deletions, or corrections?
I have a question.
Sure.
Normally, we have an introduction of cabinet and staff and board members at the beginning of open session. We've done that for 30 years. I know we're doing a new system. Did we somehow miss the introduction?
Well, we did it right before closed session, but I'm happy to do it. So I can call a roll right now. Member Knight.
Present.
Member Vincent.
Present.
Member Durney.
Present.
Member Williams.
Here.
And Member Weller here. And since the student board members are not sworn in yet, we will get to you later. So we do have a quorum, so thank you.
And cabinet? We normally introduce them too.
Amanda Phillips and Shirani Kirpalani and Dr. Casas and Superintendent Petersen.
Good evening.
Okay, good. We're all here. All right. So then we're going to do, let's see, we're down to no additions, deletions. So now we're going to approve the consent calendar.
We approve number 9?
We did
I don't think so. There are no additions, deletions, or corrections being recommended. So at this time, we need to approve the agenda with a motion and a second.
I'll make a motion to approve the agenda as posted.
I'll second.
Very good. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
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 It passes. Thank you. We move down to item number 10, approve consent calendar and items on the agenda marked with an asterisk. All matters listed on the consent calendar are considered to be routine or sufficiently supported by prior or accompanying reference materials and information as to not require additional discussion. A motion will enact all consent agenda items. There will be no separate discussion of these items prior to the time of the board trustees votes on the motion unless members of the board, staff, or public request specific items to be discussed or moved from the consent calendar for a separate action. The district administration recommends approval of the following consent calendar items. I need to scroll down here, be patient. So, educational services, F1 and F2, human resources, G1 and G2, and business services, H1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. All right, so recommended board action is to approve the consent calendar. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
And do we have any discussion? No discussion. All in favor, say aye.
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 And that passes as well. See how easy it is to run these board meetings? It's so easy. We're now going to go into recognition and presentations. So we're going to now administer the oath of office to student board members, Hana Ibrahim and Nathan Bersamina. So if we can see you guys out front there. Let's see if yep, this microphone works. Very good. I'll stand this way. So we'll do one at a time. I'll start with Hana. I will read a sentence, and then you can you have it right there in front of you. And do we have them raise their right hand? Yes, please raise your right hand. Very good. All right, so this is the oath of office for student board member, Escondido Union High School District. I, Hana Ibrahim, do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of California against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of California, that I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that I will faithfully discharge the duties upon which I'm about to enter. Very good. Yay. All right, Nathan. Again, let me get you. Only the name. I, Nathan Bersamina. Thanks for raising your right hand. Do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California, that I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that I will faithfully discharge the duties upon which I'm about to enter. Congratulations, both of you. Yeah. All right, we now get to have student and staff recognition by the Superintendent Jon Petersen.
Good evening. This summer, students across our district participated in a variety of competitions at the San Diego County Fair. Just wanted to celebrate a couple of the accomplishments. Escondido High School's advanced video students, recent graduates Matthew Santanovich and Quentin Tam won Best of Show at the San Diego County Fair this year. Matthew and Quentin directed and edited a documentary entitled Makeup and a short film entitled Unwritten. Del Lago Academy and San Pasqual High School robotics teams won first place in the Fairbotics competition in an alliance with Canyon Crest Academy. SP's team also won the Autonomous Award. At Del Lago Academy, the city of Escondido held a ceremonial unveiling of the most recent student-designed mural at Washington Park. Del Lago Academy 11th grade scholar Jessica Huen presented her design to the Public Art Commission during her sophomore year. Over the summer, with the support of educators Charlie Mejia and Aled Anaya, as well as fellow DLA students Stephen Lucido, Christina Huen, Ethan Brecht, and Diego Vicente, the mural was completed. Students and teachers were formally recognized at the ceremonial unveiling. From Orange Glen High School, over the summer, Orange Glen High School 12th grade student Samantha Perez participated in an internship at the Salk Institute for Biological Studies in La Jolla. At the end of her internship, she presented her research project, which was titled Identifying Functional Regulatory Mutations in Neuroblastoma. She did an amazing job presenting to a room of scientists. She is one of only 13 high school students chosen for this very selective program. Photography and torch student Amy Ledesma Gonzalez has received national recognition for her photography work. One of her pictures has been selected to be the cover for Communication Journalism Education Today, which is distributed nationally to all high school journalism teachers who are members of the Journalism Education Association. Amy Ledesma Gonzalez also won first place at the National Scholastic Press Association's Clips and Clicks contest in feature photography and honorable mention for a soccer celebration shot. Orange Glen High School's yearbook, The Torch, has earned national recognition from Walsworth Publishing for its 2025 edition's theme, Same pero Diferente. Highlighted in the Ideophile magazine and blog, the yearbook was celebrated for its commitment to inclusive, multilingual storytelling and its groundbreaking efforts to represent all students, regardless of background. Congratulations to Master Journalism Educator Jessica Young and her student team for continuing to lead with innovation and heart. And finally, for staff recognition, San Pasqual High School's Fighting Eagle football coach Tony Corley was recently highlighted on KUSI for his 40th and final year of coaching football for the San Pasqual football program. We thank him for the many years of service and experience in coaching our young athletes. Thank you.
You know, a lot of times we get bogged down in everything, and to hear all the successes of the district is really outstanding. It's very inspiring. So we're now going to move to Section E, public comment. Student board member reports. I skipped down too fast. Thank you so much. So student board member report by Hana Ibrahim and then Nathan Bersamina.
Good evening to the board members and to all of you here today. I'm happy to share the latest updates from Del Lago Academy, Orange Glen High School, and Valley High School. Starting with Del Lago Academy, they started off the school year with an assembly that helped set a positive tone for students and staff. Each of their class representatives have been busy planning activities to build school spirit and bring students together. Seniors are planning for their senior sunrise, while juniors are hosting a slime making social, sophomores are organizing a movie day in their theater, and freshmen are planning a field day. In addition to these events, they have their food fair and girls volleyball rowdy crowd today on September 9th. They are also beginning to plan for homecoming, and I will share more details as they come together. At Orange Glen High School, this year we begin a cheer section in front to welcome students on the first day of school, which I was a part of, which was super fun. And the senior class also created a large photo poster for seniors to celebrate their first final day. Last Friday, we hosted our Welcome Back Assembly, where we introduced teachers and students and played fun games to encourage the crowd. That evening, we also had our first Patriot Pit of the year, which was a blackout theme, where we handed out bubbles to students and we created a really fun and spirited atmosphere. Our senior representatives also started organizing senior hoodies and planning Senior Sunset, which took place on September 5th, which I was also a part of. And in our coming weeks, we're preparing for Club Rush as well as our homecoming, which will take place on October 25th. To end on a positive note, our football team had a big win against Tri-City Christian at a final score of 55-12. Right? Yeah, let's give it up to Orange Glen. I would also like to highlight some outstanding accomplishments from Orange Glen students over the summer. Congratulations to Leslie Carrillo and Jennifer Rodriguez-Ortiz, who represented California in the FCCLA National Championship of Orlando, Florida. Only students who placed first, second, and third at the state championship were eligible to participate. And Leslie placed 6th national-wide out of 74 states. Wow. In addition, the OGHS Torch Yearbook staff attended the San Diego Yearbook workshop at Point Loma Nazarene University, where they spent 4 days in intensive photography, design, writing, and leadership classes. This team won a champion-wide contest for a theme development for their 25-26 publication, earning a $500 credit design for enhancements. To add to the recognition, Idea File magazine and blog will be publishing a story on the Torch Yearbook and Musket Media staff for their efforts to create an accessible content for all students. Now going to Valley High School. Valley High School this year began on August 19th with a welcome back assembly, which helped to bring students and staff together as they started the new school year. Shortly after, on August 27th, the school hosted a parent RTP orientation night. As part of the responsibility training program, every student who comes to Valley must first complete this program before receiving a full schedule, giving families an opportunity to connect with staff and learn more about the programs and resources available. And on September 4th, the National Guard set up a table during lunch, allowing students to learn more about their opportunities and programs they offer. The following day, on September 5th, Valley held its school site council meeting, continuing its commitment to student and family engagement. Thank you all, and that's for my report for this month.
Hi, everybody. Thank you for coming. Hello, board. It's my pleasure and honor to report this September's latest updates regarding the Escondido High, San Pasqual High, and the Escondido Adult School sites. At Escondido High School, the Cougars have started their year strong by welcoming students back on campus with their annual cheer tunnel entrance tradition. In addition, previous summer orientations led by our Cougar ambassadors have given incoming freshmen a feel for where everything is on the campus. Within the past 2 months, counselors have been working hard to set up financial aid workshops and in-school lessons for both seniors and their parents. During the second week, EHS held its annual Club Rush, introducing students to the various extracurricular clubs it has to offer. On the same day, EHS also hosted a back-to-school night for parents to gain insight into the programs and support systems provided this year. The same week, the Escondido High School football team won its first home game against Classical Academy with a final score of 40-21. The revival of our school's rowdy crowd, which is our student section, was influenced by a high turnout and a successful tailgate before the game. Over at San Pasqual High, ASB celebrates their first day back by spotlighting their seniors with poster activity and a photo frame. That week, they also hosted a junior scavenger hunt, as well as sophomore lawn games, such as Giant Tetris, Jenga, and Cornhole. The Friday of that week, the freshman pep rally also took place in honor of their upcoming football game the same day. This included a ice cream social and a tailgate block party later that day with face painting, lawn games, and free pizza. Overall, San Pasqual took their first 2 weeks to kind of ease each class individually into the year. And finally, at the Escondido Adult School, the CNA program is back up and running with the new instructor, Christy Vinson. Yay. They also have expanded their medical assistant course to 2 sections this semester and welcome back Belinda Garcia to the medical assistant team alongside fellow MA instructor, Marcia Zendejas. And that about wraps up my report for this season. Thank you, everybody. Sorry. The month.
Always
Yes.
love these updates. You guys do a phenomenal job. Thank
Yes,
you.
I like the high five between you. As you can see, we have some very talented students in this district, and we're very excited about that. All right, this moves us into Section E, public comment. There are different sections in here. Section 1 will first be a report from the California School Employees Association, Escondido Chapter number 219. Do we have anybody from that association here tonight to speak? I take it no. All right, and then also a report from the Escondido Secondary Teachers Association. Somebody is coming to the mic, so very good.
Is it working? All
It's
right, great.
working.
On behalf of the Escondido Secondary Teachers Association, I'm sharing the following statement in regards to our union's position on acceptance, support, and inclusion of all members of our community. ESTA stands united in its unwavering commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion across all campuses within the Escondido Union High School District. We believe every student, educator, staff member, and board and community member deserves to feel safe, respected, and valued, regardless of their race, ethnicity, gender identity, sexual orientation, religion, ability, or background. As educators, we have a profound responsibility to foster inclusive learning environments where differences are not only respected, but celebrated. We denounce, in the strongest terms, any form of discrimination, harassment, or intimidation, including verbal, physical, or digital attacks directed at individuals on the basis of their race, gender identity, sexual orientation, religion, or beliefs. Such behavior has no place in our schools or in our community. We reaffirm and support the Escondido Union High School District's own commitment to equity as outlined in district policy. Quote, Escondido Union High School District prohibits discrimination, harassment, intimidation, and bullying based on actual or perceived ancestry, age, color, disability, gender, gender identity, gender expression, nationality, race, ethnicity, religion, sex, sexual orientation, pregnancy, marital or parental status, or association with a person or group with one or more of these actual or perceived characteristics. ESTA calls upon all stakeholders, educators, administrators, students, families, and community members to uphold these principles and actively contribute to a school culture grounded in dignity, inclusivity, and mutual respect. Our schools must remain spaces where every student can thrive and every voice can be heard, and every individual can be their authentic self without fear. Together, we will continue to work towards a more just and equitable future for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was nice to have you guys up here tonight and share with us your thoughts. So now we move into comments from the public on non-agendized topic that lies within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board. And I'm going to read some organizational matters here. At this time, we will hear general public comment on school-related topics that are not on tonight's agenda. If you are here to speak about an item that is listed on the agenda, you will have an opportunity to share your comments when it comes an item up for discussion by the board. It's clear that many people here tonight because they care deeply about our schools, our students, and our future of this district. We recognize this passion and commitment behind every comment, and we want to thank you in advance for taking the time to engage with us. From speaker slips we've received, we understand that many of you wish to speak on a topic that is not on tonight's agenda. Please know that while we're eager to listen, under the Brown Act, the board cannot respond or engage in dialogue about non-agendized topics during this meeting. That said, we are listening and your voice matters to us. In accordance with board policy, individual public comments are limited to 3 minutes per speaker, and each topic is limited to 20 minutes total. Before everybody freaks out here, let's do some math so that we can all have time to talk tonight. Now, I know myself as well as the board are willing to stay here all night. So, with that said, there are 30 speaker cards that have been turned in. If we give each of you 3 minutes, which we're willing to do, that's 90 minutes. So that would put us at about 8:30 before that is done. If we can all agree to 2 minutes, that would put us at about 8 o'clock. Heard you there, Mike. So, say what? Okay, so it is our, so one thing that the audience needs to know, this is our meeting that you're invited to. With that said, I'm going to open it up to, that's law. You can read that, that's in law and governance. But anyway, it's an open public meeting, Michael. With that said, board, what would you like to do in terms of giving speakers time?
I agree with your choice with your suggestion of 2 minutes per speaker. I think that would be fine. It's a fair compromise to allow everyone a chance to speak.
That's not what anybody prepared for.
I'm okay with 90 minutes.
I'm a night ox, so I agree with you. 3 minutes.
All right, so based on that, we will have 3 minutes. Now, let's talk about a couple things here that I need to also read. Marie, is the clock working? Do we know if because there's a clock that, you have a timer. Okay. We were going to have a timer clock that shows so people would know how, but we're going to just use our Marie's trusty phone there for the timer. Finally, we anticipate a wide range of perspectives being shared this evening. We ask everyone to speak with civility and decorum and to show respect for all speakers, even when you may disagree with their views. As a public body and as a community, we can model what it means to disagree respectfully and constructively. Look at Michael and I, the way we work. On behalf of the entire board, thank you for being here, for participating in this process, and for helping us serve our students and schools with integrity. Before I call the first person, so we're going to take a break, a 5-minute break in the midst of this, somewhere probably around 7:30, 7:45. Usually we wait till 8 o'clock, but with how many people here and needing to use the restroom and all that, somewhere in the next 40 to 45 minutes we'll take.
Can I make one request?
Yeah, please.
We have a student from Classical Academy here to speak to the board, and in the form of this public comment, it is not an agendized item. I would like to hear the student's comment before asking him to wait into the mix of all the comments. Would that be agreeable?
Yeah, that's agreeable. Okay. So is the student from Classical available? Hey, Dana.
And I hope that's okay with you. If you want to stay for the whole thing, that's okay too. But in the past, we've had classical students wait 2 hours to comment, and that was a long night. So thank you.
Yeah,
If you don't want to go first, you don't have to go first either.
All right, well, thank you. Thank you for letting me come. Sorry to crash your party. I love to see all the support here. But I'm here to talk about school choice in Escondido. I am a born and raised Escondido resident. I went to Juniper Elementary School there in Bear Valley Middle School before going to Classical Academy. And I just want to remind the board and thank you for having the opportunity of charter schools being in Escondido and giving every student the opportunity to fulfill their educational goals and aspirations. I was given a solid foundation in elementary school and middle school at Juniper and Bear Valley, but it wasn't until I went to Classical that the foundation that I was given was finally able to serve me and open doors for me at Classical. It was the first time that I was seen and heard as an individual, as Efren Pedroza, as a person of reasonable intelligence and ability, and was pushed to excel academically and study more. I am Mexican-American. I grew up speaking Spanish, and it was something that I always had with me growing up in the 90s and the early 2000s. I know I look a lot younger than that, but but all that to say, it was when I went to Classical Academy that I met a teacher that saw that I had this knack for language. At Classical at the time, they offered Spanish and German, and so naturally I took German class. And it was the German teacher who pushed me not just only to excel in German. I ended up taking 4 years of German in one academic school year. She also encouraged me to go back to my Spanish roots and really, really embrace them. Well, it was through that language ability that opened doors for me to start my career at Apple. I started working at the Apple store and was able to move up the ranks until I eventually joined the Siri team and was teaching Siri how to speak Spanish. I want to also let the record show that I dropped out of college, so it really was this foundation that I received at Classical Academy and at the other school in Escondido that pushed me in this way. I am now proud to report that I run an in-house marketing agency for Google, so I'm standing in front of you as a proud Googler and as a board member of the Escondido History Center. For everyone that's here, everyone is welcome. We are doing Grape Day Festival this Saturday from 12 to 6. It's our 68th Grape Day Festival, so please come. It's historic, it's important to the city of Escondido, and I am very thankful for the board allowing the school of choice in Escondido and giving everyone that opportunity to shine, come back to the city, and then make it really a truly wonderful place to live and be. Thank you.
Hey, Bob, I don't think we got a name.
Yeah, that's what I was working on. Thank you. So that you are Ephraim, right? Yeah, we're pulling your card. And Dana Moen, principal of Classical High School, sitting next to him, will be retiring at the end of this year. So we thank you, Dana, for your 18 years. I noticed it on social media.
Thank you, President Weller.
Thank you, Trustee Knight. All right, with that said, it looked like the timer was on the clock, but we'll begin. The first speaker will be Georgine Tomasi.
Okay.
Just real quick, Georgine, just real quick, it was suggested that we also have an on-deck person so that it goes a little smoother, faster. So
I didn't hear you.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, hold on one second. So the next two people after you speaking are going to be Aaron, looks like E-I-A-N-S. Oh, Aaron Evans, and then Heather Smith. So the way you guys can maybe move over there behind the dais and prepare. Thank you. Good idea, Ryan.
All right, thank you so much. Good evening, everybody. Just want to comment that Jesus summarized the ethical core of Christianity with 2 commandments. Greatest commandment, he stated, love the Lord God with all your heart, soul, and mind. I think it was in Matthew chapter 22, verse 37. Second greatest, love your neighbor as yourself. Also in Matthew 22:39. This dual emphasis on love for God and neighbor undergirds the moral framework of Christian life. Biblical ethics uphold social justice, protecting the vulnerable, practicing generosity, caring for the disadvantaged, compassionate action, volunteering, fair treatment of others becomes its practical outworkings of Christian morality. Scripture teaches us that humanity bears God's name and image. This principle leads to the defense of human life at every stage and fosters profound respect in our dealings with others. It excludes injustices like exploitation, discrimination, cruelty, public shaming, unfortunately, as happened to Carol Durney on August the 5th, and hopefully does not continue tonight. I heard at the August 5th meeting lots of Bible quotes thrown around justifying the condemnation of Carol. I did not hear one word of human kindness, compassion, understanding that should have been extended to Carol, our neighbor, our friend, elected leader, and a public official who served this community with dignity and grace for many years. Those of you who received this sticker, could you please stand up? Carol, all of you, even if you don't, Carol, we do see you and we support you 100% on your new life journey. Thank you so much.
Next speaker is Aaron Evans. Thank you.
Should I begin? Awesome. My name is Dr. Aaron Evans. I was elected to the County Board of Education this last election cycle, representing this area, District 4, running from Santee all the way up Vista and all the way east. I think a lot of people are in this audience here because of the meeting on August 5th and some of the cruelty and some of the unnecessary hate that was expressed up here. I'm here on my own behalf. I am not representing the San Diego County Board of Education, but I will say now that we have reaffirmed our commitment to protect all students, to advocate for all students, because you cannot learn unless you have social, emotional well-being. You have to feel safe. You have to feel you are one with a community and a sense of belonging. And the behavior that happened at the last board meeting was not only immature, but it showed a lack of care for education policy and for our kids. I'm here also not just to advocate for board member Carol Durney. I'm also here so that students in your district know that there are people here to advocate for them fiercely, with love and joy. I loved hearing you both state the missions, the mission statement and the vision, and to speak about open-mindedness, and I wish the board would express the same kinds of commitments to that mission statement and to that mission and to that vision, and I hope that you do so now. I realize that we are constrained in terms of speaking during these kinds of comments, but you're not restricted from showing care in your face, showing that you don't like the hate that's coming out of someone's face. I feel that at the county, at least, if I were to see the same kind of unnecessary cruelty expressed at one of my colleagues, I would at least give a little bit of stink eye and maybe afterwards express that we don't like what's happening to our fellow board member. So I'm here again, I'm here from a place of love, I'm here from a place of care, and I'm here to let you know that when students feel attacked, when students feel that they're not supported, they engage in behavior oftentimes that lands them in the schools that the county board oversees. I hope that doesn't happen to students here. And if they're feeling unsupported, reach out to me, Aaron Evans, reach out to the people who are here at public comment, reach out to board member Durney. You are not alone. Thank you very much for listening to me.
All right, so then the next speaker and then the two following, next is going to be Heather Smith, then Michael Davis, and then Dr. Joe MUGA. And I do want to thank the audience for being very polite as the speakers speak, so thank you for that. So Heather Smith, you're up.
Hello, and thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I am co-advisor of the GSA over at Orange Glen. Last month, as I listened to the public comments, I was appalled and disappointed at what I heard, and I want to ask you, when did it become acceptable to call someone names and tell them that they were an abomination? When did bullying become okay in our district? The answer is that it is never permissible to call someone names, and it is never okay to bully. So why didn't anyone on our board remind the speakers to be respectful? Why didn't anyone on the board stop the name calling and the bullying? What values are we teaching our students? When I was a child, I was taught to be kind to people, that name calling was a no-no, and that we are all unique individuals. I was taught to get to know someone first before deciding if I wanted to be their friend or not. I was taught that I should never be cruel, and I should never call people names. I was taught to be a supportive friend, to be helpful, and to be an ally. Carol, I applaud you for living your most authentic life. You deserve to be happy and supported. Please continue to do the job you were voted in to do. I would welcome you to stop by into my classroom anytime. It is important to remember that our children and students are paying attention to our actions and what we say. If we allow bullying and name calling to happen here, how can we teach our students to be good humans who help each other? As adults, we need to model appropriate behavior and respectful language. We do not allow hate speech to be used on our campuses. We write referrals if there is hate speech on our campus. Why would we allow it in our boardroom? Thank you for allowing me to speak again.
Thank you very much. Michael Davis, welcome back.
Thank
You're a
you.
regular speaker here. We should stamp your card.
Frequent flyer miles. Thank you for allowing me to speak with you again this evening. This evening, I am here as much for Ms. Durney as I am for my own child. I am here tonight because of the actions that happen in this board does filter down to every other level of leadership and education. The way that you care for each other, the way that you support each other is observed not just by the parents as visual here tonight, but also the teachers, and through those teachers, the students. They learn what it means to be a cohesive community through the example that is set at the most highest level. This evening, as I am here, Carol, to celebrate you again, thank you for being brave. I'm also here because I want you to set an example that will care for my child who is a student at Del Lago High School. See, I'm brave. I want you to know that I actually belong here. I'm not some out-of-towner that's coming in to say something that you don't want to hear. It's my child that you have to take care of. And as you look at your notes instead of me, and as you also go through other things that you have to work through, that you set an example of respect as you listen. I'm here because you listen here, my son's taken care of. My son who needs to be looked at and seen and not ignored. Needs to be looked at and seen and cared for instead of looking at notes for the next thing that's going to come up in this meeting. My child needs to be looked at and respected. As many of you have done and one has not, please try to do that for all of our children. I've never tried to attack in these statements, but please watch and pay attention to everyone that speaks. The challenge within this is last time, so many people knew, for some reason we don't know how, what was going to happen, and they came first. But these are the people that are watching you. These are the people that are paying attention to your actions, your words, and sometime they're going to vote, and they're going to weigh all of that on how that you respond to this situation. Please show your constituents that you care. Please show my son that you care. Thank you all for allowing me to speak.
All right, our next speaker then will be Dr. Joe Muga. How would you pronounce that?
That would be Dr. Joe Muga, Mr. Weller.
Thank you, Dr. Muga.
Yeah.
And then after
I
that,
came here because of this.
Hold on. Oh, give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. So behind you is going to be Anna Massey, Deb Pint, and then Lori Hatley. All right, very good. You still get your 3 minutes.
Okay, when's it going to start here? Okay, I am here because of this. I am ashamed of this school board. Let me start. My name's Dr. Joe Muga. I live in Escondido community for the last 26 years. I'm a former Escondido Union School District school board member. I've been in your seat. I know what it's like being there. My daughter graduated from Del Lago Academy. She's now at UC Davis. I love my community. I love the schools in this community. My wife was a teacher here, retired from Escondido Union School District. I'm ashamed of what happened and what I heard happened regarding Carol here. And I'm here because of this, because we cannot have hate in our community. Hate, there's so much hate going on around right now. I didn't write anything. I usually write something here, so my wife usually looks it over. But so I'm just kind of making this up as I'm going, folks, today. But I'm so glad to see so many of my fellow Escondido people here today to support Carol. I don't know Carol. I think we've met sometime in the past, but I don't. But we're here to support Carol because you guys didn't. And we will continue to support Carol. And somebody mentioned the voting booth. Yeah. So maybe some of you people need to be voted out, especially those of you who may have been complicit in coordinating that attack on Carol at the other meeting. So I hear there's a TV thing here showing here, so I'm showing my sign. So You know, I'm not a big church goer. I'm a Christian, but I'm not a big church goer. But I try to live my life based upon the way Christ would live. And what I heard and what's conveyed to me about what happened at this school board meeting a while back is just not acceptable. And we will not allow that to happen again. So anyway, I'm not going to take up some more time, but again, what does my sign say? God loves everybody. Stamp out hate. Thank you very much.
All right, Anna Massey.
Hi, everyone. My name is Anna Brown Massey, and I am here as a queer person and as an ally to our full rainbow alphabet to say very clearly that I have more than 7 seconds. Yes, I do. Yeah, cool. And what the most important thing I want to really say today is that trans people belong everywhere. We belong everywhere. All queer people are everywhere. And I'm so glad that you are a leader of us, Ms. Carol Journey. I'm so glad that you are part of this, that I can speak to my 7-year-old child and tell her that we have strong leaders in Escondido. And that what has happened in the last month is a reminder that we need to not just tolerate queerness or accept it, but embrace it, express the full empowerment that it is awesome to be queer. It is a beautiful thing. And that in this, we need to be part of a community that embraces all of our students in their full diversity of who they are. We have to have this baked into our policies, into our curriculum, into everything that we do as part of a school district. So when you said, this is not your meeting, we had a response, didn't we? Yes. This is our meeting. We are residents of Escondido. These are our schools. These are our students. The children that are not my children are my children, right? We are all leaders here, including you, including me. So as we continue tonight, I will say that as I'm in community with people, I also am embarrassed by community members. But I tell my child and my students as a teacher that we make mistakes, all of us. And I know that the people last month made some very, very deep mistakes, and people on this board made some deep mistakes, and I expect, as I do of children, that you will do better. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, Deb?
Yes.
Very good, you're on. I think
Thank
we're going
you.
to do negative time. Hold on one second. Let's see if we get the clock figured out here. Oh, well.
I'm going
Maria's
to be
got
way
you on.
less than 3 minutes, I
Yeah,
promise.
you're good. You're good.
Okay. Good evening, trustees and all that are here gathered this evening on this really, really important and meaningful topic. My name is Deb Pint, and I'm the lay leader at the First Congregational Church in Escondido, a church that has a long history for extravagantly welcoming all to share God's love. In fact, our welcoming statement that we share every Sunday morning goes something like this: whoever you are and wherever you are on life's journey, you are welcome here. Keep that in mind, because that is so much a part of our journey with Carol. Just a few short years ago, Carol attended our worship service because she was seeking out an open and affirming church. Since that initial visit, she's become a valuable member of our congregation. Her strengths as a leader are well documented. They transfer from our church to the community and certainly to this school board. She brings to our church and to this board, I believe, strategic thinking, intellection, compassion, and empathy, qualities that have an impact positively in the lives and experience of students, wherever they are on their journey. As a former educator, I've interacted with numerous school boards, including this one a number of years ago, throughout my career. Serving students with their best interests in mind is noble, and I applaud you for that. I thank Carol for her service and willingness to be transparent and honest with herself and with her constituents. As a community, let us remember that love conquers hate and all lives matter. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, Lori Hatley, and then Reverend Diana Augsburger, and then Susie Hansen.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Lori Hatley, and I've known and been friends with Board Member Durney and his wife, who tragically passed away about 1 year ago, for over 20 years. Board Member Durney has faithfully served on the school board here for many years and another commission in the city of Escondido. Personally, the way I believe this should be handled is we should just be questioning Board Member Durney at some point if his opinions and beliefs are still the same as they were when he was elected 3 years ago. Is Board Member Durney still a Republican? Is Board Member Durney still holding the same conservative beliefs? Does Board Member Durney still hold the same values when elected 3 years ago? If not, and people disagree, then don't vote for Board Member Durney when up for re-election next year. If Board Member Durney still has the same values that we voted for, then there is nothing to be objectionable about. Let the seat remain and just vote next year. Thank you.
Thank you. Diana Augsburger, there you go. Thank you.
My name is Reverend Diana Augsburger. I'm a minister at First Congregational Church in Escondido, where we are proud to have Carol Durney as an active member. The Jesus we know did not turn people away, and neither do we. The reality is that about 10% of the population, including the staff and students that you serve, are not binary, but are gender variant. This board, above all groups, should model behavior that respects all people, as your guidelines do require, rather than allowing harassment and bullying of people who may seem different in some way. Our young people and community require no less.
Good evening. My name is Susie Hansen. I've been a resident and voter in Escondido since 1980. My son attended school here in Escondido. I was ashamed for this governing body and the students who look up to you as leaders by the hateful speech and conduct that was allowed to carry on at the last school board meeting. I am proud to know Carol Durney and to call her friend. Her journey over the past 2 years may have changed how she appears to be on the outside, but on the inside, here in her heart, she is still the thoughtful, compassionate person who is elected to represent the people of District 2. On the landing page of your website is the district's assurance of non-discrimination. It says, Escondido Union High School District prohibits discrimination, harassment, intimidation, bullying based on actual or perceived ancestry, age, color, disability, gender, gender identity, gender expression, nationality, race, or ethnicity, religion, sex, sexual orientation, pregnancy, marital or parental status, or association with a person or group with one or more of these actual or perceived characteristics. I respectfully ask that you live up to that policy and here on the Board of Trustees and to enforce it throughout the district. You owe it to your students, their parents, and the people who are elected to represent them. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, the next three speakers, it looks like it's TJ Muser, Rachel Browen, and Patricia Stepnick. So if TJ is available, there you go. Thank you for coming up. And then after that, it'll be Rachel Browen and Patricia Stepnick. Thanks, Mike.
Good evening, trustees and Carol supporters. My name is TJ Musser, and I'm an Escondido resident. Carol, I witnessed your courage at the last meeting, where you said to your community, "My name is now Carol." That simple act might seem small, but it was powerful, and I want to thank you for coming out that night. I myself am a member of the LGBTQ community, and I am here tonight to celebrate you as one of our sisters. You are the type of role model our young people need, someone willing to live authentically even when it's hard. And let's be honest, it isn't easy. But what followed after was shameful. Speaker after speaker, mostly dragged in from outside of Escondido, Solana Beach, Oceanside, Temecula, San Bernardino. That's not our community. They came to hurl insults at you and to misgender you, mock your body, and tried to strip you of your basic humanity. But you did not let them. Their transphobia and harassment was coordinated, cruel, and beneath the dignity of our community. What does that say to the students in our schools? That their identities are up for debate? To be mocked and harassed in front of a cheering crowd? What message does that send to a kid who's already struggling to feel safe and seen? Is cruelty acceptable here in Escondido? I refuse to accept that. And this did not happen by accident. No, in fact, it was a coordinated attack promoted in advance by political operatives. Worst of all, it appears it was done by one of your own colleagues. We now know this wasn't just random. It was promoted by Gary Cass of Reclaim San Diego. He even had Mary Weller, Bob's own wife, on his podcast. And she's called Gary a friend. Was Gary and his acolytes' appearance just a mere coincidence here? Or was Bob Weller helping orchestrate Carol's public humiliation, hi Bob, I see that smile, through his wife's connection to Gary, by conspiring with outside extremists and to target and humiliate a fellow trustee? You have forfeited your moral right to lead, Bob. You and Gary turned our community into a stage for your cruelty. You have failed your oath. You have failed this board, and you have failed our kids. Escondido deserves better. And for the good of this district, I demand your resignation. Hate has no place in Escondido, and we stand with Carol, loudly, proudly, and without apology.
So the next speaker is Rachel Brownwin, and can we help her with the mic, someone, please?
What's the plan? We spent a lot of money to redo this whole boardroom, but it seems like we didn't pay any attention to people who can't stand up. Oh, no, this is not your responsibility, Hannah. This is the responsibility of the board. So under the law, you need to have, no, I need a table.
All right.
Work it out. You need to work it out. No.
Can President Weller, President Weller, perhaps we take a 5-minute recess and let staff handle these logistics? Yeah, this.
For the law.
Not that hard. Oh, it's working?
While we're preparing that, the next three speakers after her will be Patricia Stepnick, Richard Gardner, and Charles Goodman.
Can someone put it in? Can people hear me? evening. In 1995, I was invited to join the faculty of High School. Good evening. In 1995, I was invited to join the faculty of Orange Glen High School. Throughout my career, I taught English at all levels, usually 3 preps at a time. My expertise spans the grades in ELD 2 to AP Lit. I also taught AP Art History and AVID. Tonight, I would like to briefly discuss a few of the texts I taught once in English 9. Ninth graders need to be acculturated into the values of our school community. Perhaps the most important value is empathy. Literature is a powerful tool. In English 9, we use the theme of outsiders as an armature which would allow us to link seemingly disparate texts. We investigated the ways the characters are pushed to the margins of society because of perceived difference. In the canonical text of Mice and Men, Lenny and George are 2 migrant farm workers trying to eke out a living during the Great Depression. Without family or property, they are pushed from farm to farm in the Central Valley. Lenny is cognitively challenged. His stalwart companion, George, makes it possible for Lenny to get jobs that Lenny quickly loses. My students witness the way that another character, Crooks, is pushed out of the bunkhouse and forced to live in the barn because he is Black. Curly's wife, only 16, is the only woman on the ranch. She is an outsider because of her gender. Her outsider status is accentuated by the fact that of all the characters, only she is nameless. Race, disability, gender push these characters outside of mainstream society. They are outcasts. My students were always justifiably outraged. They also began to consciously catalog the way that people are marginalized. By the time we read To Kill a Mockingbird, they were astute at tracing the dynamics of power. Boo Radley is mentally ill and regarded as a monster by 7-year-old Scout. Tom Robinson is denied a just trial because he is a Black man in 1930s Alabama. Scout herself is bullied by her aunt because she wears overalls instead of dresses. And perhaps most shocking to my students was the brutal realization that all the adults in Maycomb know that Mael Ewell has long been a victim of incest. None of the good, God-fearing folks of Maycomb intervene because she is white trash from a family who lives beside the town dump. These texts make concrete the way society constructs people as outsiders, as other. These texts intensified and clarified my students' intuitive reserves of empathy. My young students, just kids really, were easily able to do what Atticus implores Scout to do, stand in someone else's shoes. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Patricia Stepnick. Stepanek, thank you so much.
That's all right, thank you. Hi, my name is Patricia Stepanek. I was born and raised in Escondido, Cougars, class of '88. And now I am a teacher in Escondido for the district, and I have a student who is an EUHSD student as well. And along with everyone else here, I was appalled to read the actual transcript of the words that came out of people's mouths at the last meeting. And I emailed each of you last week, so you've already heard from me. You already know my disgust at the things that came about. And so I want to share with you, for the moment, we still live in a democratic republic and not a theocracy. For the moment, there is freedom of religion and freedom for religion, freedom from religion in our public institutions. And I support each person's right to pursue religion in their own way, to pursue their spirituality, or to not to. And that is your right. That is the beauty of our Constitution that we just had these students swear to uphold. It is not within the realm of our Constitution to force your version of religion, your interpretation of your book on anybody else. You don't get to do that. You do not get to dictate other people's spirituality, nor judge them for how they live out their life. There are many faiths, including Christians, that embrace the queer community. So people who are here, they do not speak for everybody. The people of Escondido, we are not monolithic. We are diverse, and we need our board to represent that diversity as well. And now I would like to share today at lunchtime, you know, there's always kids in the classroom, and today at lunch the conversation came around. I was overhearing kids talk, and they knew about what happened. Do you remember how they said that kids listen and they know what's happening, they're watching you? They heard about that, and the conversation came about. And so I said, you know, there's a board meeting tonight, I'm gonna be going to speak. And oh, what are you gonna say? And I said, well, what would you like me to say? If you could go, what would you say? What do you want me to say? So here's what I wrote down. They said, tell her, Carol, tell her that we love her and support her. Tell her that we need her there. Not just that we accept her there, but that we need her there. Tell her that we need role models of LGBTQ people in power. So Carol, my students, they want you here.
Thank you. The next three speakers will be Richard Gardner, Charles Goodman, and then Steve Sly.
All right. I've been living in Escondido for a little over 20 years. My wife graduated from Orange Glen, a patriot, as somebody was here. And my children graduated from San Pasqual. So I have some reason to be here as opposed to people, I guess, last time. So I'm here just because of that period. That was totally incomprehensible, but maybe not. Our current environment is wiping out people like Carol. The president, military, Republicans don't believe in checks and balances, believe in authoritarianism, and we hope that maybe in the next election, we can maybe put some checks. And that goes now to the election here for this board. You know, if there's some card-carrying Republicans, I view Republicans as existential threats to the country. So there you have it. Anyway, I was querying my children about their experiences in high school. And I said, did you have any trans students? And they said, oh yeah, we had one. He committed suicide. Schools are supposed to be safe. That's part of your responsibility. I hope that you continue to do that. And I guess my last question, kind of political, you believe that slavery was not that bad, as our president thinks. Thank you.
Yeah, that was Richard Gardner, right? Okay, thanks. And then Charles Goodman?
Thank you.
Okay.
Good evening, board members. Trustee Durney, I firmly support your freedom of expression. In fact, it's a protected right, a right granted by God, outlined in our Constitution. We affirm it in our Pledge of Allegiance, one nation under God. We all should exercise that right responsibly, especially those in public office. Expressions are also free to be challenged by other expressions, as I'm here to do today. School Board, transgenderism is a mental illness that is pervasive in Western society today.
Please
The
give him
official
the-
medical
please give him
diagnosis.
Please give him the courtesy that they've all given everyone else. Thank you.
The official medical diagnosis is gender dysphoria. Did you know that a study from the CDC in 2023 revealed roughly 26% of transgender and questioning high school students reported a suicide attempt in the past year, far higher than their non-questioning peers? The UCLA Williams Institute also produced a study revealing roughly 81% of transgender adults have committed suicide in their lifetime. 42% have attempted. My point is, gender dysphoria is a mental delusion that can cause one to think and do drastic and harmful things. And the thing about delusions, you don't realize you're having one while you're having one. Some groups would advocate for gender-affirming care. This is a euphemism for enablement. This is akin to a mother with a huge and caring heart giving her alcoholic son more alcohol because he says he desperately needs it. That is not love, that is harm. You've heard the statement, love is love. That is a gross misinterpretation because love without truth is harmful. This is relevant to the school board because while Trustee Durney is obviously free to express himself in his personal life, when he takes that chair, he is responsible as a public figure to the people and more so to the children of Escondido. Harboring a delusion that has staggering suicide rates is not a responsible action. Trustee Durney, you stated you read scripture at your church recently. Then you might know that you are remarkably and wonderfully made, and that before you were formed in the womb, he knew you. God did not make a mistake, but the world might deceive you and convince you so. That brings me to my final statement on the world and deception. In my former career, I was an intelligence officer working specifically with our special warfare community outside the United States. I have seen with my own eyes the plans and psychological warfare adversary nations have used seeking to deceive and divide us. Adversary nations seek to subvert our ideas and our strengths, including that we are one nation under God. Do you think every inflammatory comment, post, and article you see in social media is real? Many are adversarial nation computer bots set up to sow discord. I have personally seen how many active groups receive funding from sources that are working to undermine the United States. What we can count on, though, is the inherent truths and values that made this nation great, including a man is a man and a woman is a woman. Board members, I charge you to take solemnly the pledge you have made at the beginning of this meeting and take action. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker will be Steve Sly.
Yeah, hi, good evening, everyone. I'm Stephen Sly. I'm a resident of Escondido. I'm a teacher and a union member, and it's pretty fun to have to follow that one up. I'm honestly tired of folks with verse in their heart and a verse in their mouth and hate in their heart, just walking around saying these types of things. I'm tired of Christian nationalists. I'm tired of white supremacists. I'm tired of all this. I'm tired of those who want to impose their understanding of a book onto all of us. I'm honestly so sick of it. The way this community, though, is showing up today is massively important, and this is what we have to do. We have to show up all of the time, right? The way that the adults respond to this situation is how we teach young people to show up. And I've watched all the young people in here nodding along. They understand the assignment. They know that hate isn't what we want. They know that what that last speaker was saying is loony. It is actually insane. Okay, I'm okay to call it out. It's fine. That's what we need to do. We can't sit here and actually be delusional. That is delusional. The way adults show up, the way the community shows up, overwhelmingly, people are here to support Carol. Overwhelmingly, people want to let people live their lives authentically. Carol, it is very brave for you to live your authentic life, especially out here when I drive by the MAGA house every day and it freaks me out. It's gross. It is not it's not the community I want to live in. It is not the way that I think Escondido is. There was a No Kings March and there were thousands of people out there that were standing against all this stuff. all of it is linked. The way we know that there's attacks on trans people, we know there's attacks on queer people, we know there's attacks on immigrants. All this oppression is linked. And where do we actually get to stand up for it? We get to stand up for it in school boards. I get to come up here and have my 3 minutes to say what I want, which is also kind of insane. I mean, it truthfully is. But in schools, in school boards, in these institutions, we actually get to stand up. And if you don't stand up, history will judge you. You will be on the wrong side. We know the right side. The right side is caring for people. The right side is listening. The right side is empathy. The right side is not exerting or putting your religion onto everyone else. That is not the right side. Worship how you want in the privacy of your own home. Do what you need to. Take care of yourself. If you even want to pray for me, fine. Go for it. Okay? That is okay. But what we saw in public last month is disgusting. It needs to be called out, and this is the way that the community has to show up every time. I hope you're ready to come to every one of these board meetings for the rest of forever. This is what we've had to do in Oceanside, and we will continue to do this. Keep showing up. Thanks, everyone.
All right, the next three speakers are Rita Guerrera, Jessica Young, and Sharon Wiley.
Can you hear me?
Can hear you.
All right. My name is Rita Guerra, and I come before you today as a school counselor who has proudly served the students and families of this district for over 20 years. Specifically, at the school that was recently described quite heartbreakingly as being beyond help. I also speak to you as a parent of a student in the district and a committed taxpayer in the city of Escondido. I want to be very clear. I am deeply upset and concerned by the rhetoric I heard from some of our board members at the last meeting. As a professional, a parent, and a member of the community, I cannot and will not, I'll wait. I cannot and will not accept ignorance or the continued microaggressions, whether conscious or unconscious, that have come from the individuals elected to lead and serve our students. To say that one of our schools is beyond help is not just disrespectful, it's harmful. It undermines the tireless work of educators, the resilience of our students, and the trust of the community. This kind of language tells our students and families, especially those from underrepresented backgrounds, that they are not worth the investment, the effort, or the belief. And to suggest turning that school into a vocational site raises an important question. If a trade-focused high school isn't something you'd accept for your white, middle, or upper-class children, why would it be appropriate for our students of color, many of whom live at or below the poverty line? That is a microaggression, and we need to call it what it is. We live in a country that calls itself the land of the free and the home of the brave. But as author Debbie Irving reminds us, white people are the free and people of color need to be brave. Brave enough to keep showing up. Brave enough to keep advocating for equity. Brave enough to keep fighting for schools and students that others want to give up on. Let me tell you something, our students are not beyond help. Our school is not beyond hope. What we need from the board is not abandonment. We need leadership. Leadership that listens, that reflects, that acts in the best interest of all students and not just some. I have yet to hear the board say to our students and families and staff, we see you, we will protect you, especially our most vulnerable students, English language learners, foster youth, LGBTQ+ students, students and disabilities, students of color, migrant and undocumented students that are living in poverty. It is your obligation, your duty to listen to us, to respond with actions that are equitable and grounded in compassion, not deficit thinking. Poverty and inequality shape the path of students' life, but schools can be a place where that path changes when we provide access, opportunity, and hope. I urge this board to step back and reflect, examine the language you're using, ask yourselves, would I be okay if this were said about my own child? Because until the answer is yes, you are failing the very people who you swore to serve. Thank you.
All right, so we are on speaker 27, Jessica Young, and then Sharon Wiley and Scott Herman, and we're on track to take a break for 5 or 10 minutes at 8 o'clock. You get to speak.
Good evening, members of the cabinet and board. This school year marks my 18th year in this district. My teaching career is in fact as old as the seniors in my classroom. In the past, I've addressed you as Jessica Young, but what you may not know is that beyond the confines of my classroom, my name is legally Jessica Rogers. Does that change who I am or what I believe in? During my tenure, I've stood before you many times. As both an educator and a union leader, I've often been bewildered by the choices that our district has made. As a professional in this field, I've often been marginally insulted by the priorities laid out by this governing body. But never, in my 18 years here, have I ever been as ashamed and disgusted by the choices made or condoned by our board as I was in the wake of last month's meeting. Let's first address the disparaging comments made about Orange Glen. The suggestion that our campus would better serve this community as a trade or vocational school. The assumption made by each of you that our students have no greater aspirations than working in a blue-collar field. While there are plenty of service industry-related careers that students across our districts could pursue, it is an insult to each student and teacher at Orange Glen to assume that our population has no hope of amounting to anything more or is not capable of pursuing other paths. Orange Glen has some of our district's highest needs students. Does that mean they're not capable? Absolutely not. Rather than discount them, let's provide them with the resources and the support that they need, instead of writing them off as a lost cause, as this body put it. Part of my job as an educator is to create an environment where my students feel safe, respected, and supported. I cannot expect students to take risks in their learning, share their experiences, embrace new opportunities if they don't feel like I'm there to help them achieve. I have worked tirelessly to make sure that my students know I have their backs. I see them, that I will be here for them, and that I will always, no matter what, fight for them and fight for what is right. And I am speaking to you tonight to do just that. I am standing up for every student in my classroom and every person in this community who has been othered by the comments made and allowed by this body. I am using my privilege and my power to let each of you know that I will not stand by and allow a group of narrow-minded individuals to belittle others for any reason, whether it be race, religion, gender identity, political beliefs, or otherwise. Your own board policy denounces this behavior, yet you have allowed attacks on members in this very room, and in fact, you have encouraged them. Whether you understand or approve of the choices another human being makes does not give you the right to degrade or disparage those choices. I don't understand Jinko jeans. I don't degrade the children who wear them in my class. To do so only shows your own ignorance and inhumanity. I'm here tonight to defend those that you have tried to silence. I am here tonight to stand up for those who are too afraid to speak up. I am here tonight so that I can walk into my classroom tomorrow with pride, knowing that I set an example for my students and I showed them what it looks like to be brave, to speak truth to power, and to let you know I will not back down. And as my students and my husband can tell you, you don't want to mess with Miss Young or Mrs. Rogers when she's on a mission. I will see you next month.
All right, we have Sharon Wiley, then Scott Herman, and then Tim Bowen, it looks like. Jim Bowen. Anyway, Sharon, you're on.
Good evening. I'm Reverend Sharon Wiley, the minister at Chalice Unitarian Universalist Congregation here in Escondido. I am here to speak in strong support of Carol Durney, a dedicated public servant who has come out as a transgender woman while in office. That decision took courage, and she continues to lead with the same integrity, thoughtfulness, and commitment that earned her this position in the first place. At last month's meeting, some suggested that she should resign. Let's be honest about what that's really about. It's not about her performance. It's about her identity. And that is not a valid reason to remove someone from public service. Her transition does not disqualify her from leadership. On the contrary, it shows strength, honesty, and deep personal integrity, the exact qualities we want in people making decisions for our schools. She was elected to serve, she is still serving, and she deserves our respect. Let's also be clear, what we're seeing isn't local discomfort, it's part of a broader organized effort to anti-trans anti-trans fear and misinformation to disrupt communities like ours. These tactics aim to divide us, to stir up suspicion and hostility, and to drive capable, compassionate people out of public service. We can't let that happen here. We need to stand up, not just for Ms. Durney, but for the kind of inclusive, fair, and respectful community that Escondido hopes to be. In our Unitarian Universalist faith, we are guided by 6 core values with love at the center. One of these values is pluralism, the belief that we are all sacred beings, diverse in culture, experience, and theology. We believe that our differences in identity, experience, and belief are sacred and essential to a thriving community. I look forward to seeing Ms. Durney's name, photo, and email address updated on the board and school district websites. Thank you, Ms. Durney, for your example and for your courage. I stand with you.
Scott Herman? Scott Herman, if you're still here. Scott Herman. Are you Scott?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
California, when I first moved here in the 80s, was top of the, right up there in the top 5 of the schools scoring. California is right up there near the bottom 5. You have no right to, this LGBT agenda is sinful. It's sin. You cannot create God in your own image. And that's what you're doing. You're building your house on sand. You need to build on the rock. What is your, all you clergy that are here, God is going to say to you when you stand before him, I never knew you. You define hate speech in your own terms, but hate speech is not relative. There is such thing as absolute truth, and it's in the Bible, and you may quote the Bible, but you leave out all the verses that would say that homosexuality is a sin and transgender is a sin. So, again, I would repeat, you clergy that are here, you cannot create God in your own image, and that's what you're doing. Where are you getting your standard of truth from? You're just making it up as you go. It's not in the Bible. Yeah, you know a few verses from the Bible, but you do not quote the verses that disagree with you. So, again, you people here are thieves because you're stealing other people's children. Transgender people don't have children. Homosexuals don't have children. So you believe you have a right.
Let us finish.
Instead of
Scott, let's see.
Yes.
Scott, come this way with your comments, please.
Okay. So you go after other people's children. This is not, school is about math, science, history, not all this. This is garbage. And that's why California is at the bottom of the 50 states, even though we spend almost the most of any state on per student, except for a handful of others. So, I guess that'll be it for tonight. Thank you very much.
All right, our next speaker, it looks like Jim Bowen. Bowen, please forgive me. Hey, Jim, what's your last name?
Bowen.
Bowen, thank you.
Yeah, I'm Jim Bowen. I'm a resident of Escondido. I've been here for 34 years. I want to thank the board for allowing me to speak, and thanks especially Ms. Durney for your courage in making the transition while in a public-facing role. I know this has not been an easy road. Before I transitioned many years ago from being an elementary school teacher to studying and becoming a software developer, I too was frightened. I was risking my livelihood, and I didn't know if I had the requisite skills to be a software developer. But I pursued, and it worked out okay for me. Unlike you, though, I did not have to face comments from people I had never met who wanted to tell me why I was wrong and that I was going to suffer eternally. In summary, I congratulate and support you. Now to the business at hand. I read a flyer that was inviting people who were kind of against you to come to the meeting, and I have some topics I want to ask about. Board members, please raise your hand if you support radical agendas that threaten family values.
Excuse me, we're not allowed to respond on a questionnaire like that.
Okay, I'll just imagine. So, I don't think any of you actually support radical agendas that threaten family values. I don't think any of you actually support secret gender transitions. I don't think any of you actually support compelled speech, whatever that is. And I don't think you actually support trans-driven agendas. So, problem solved, folks. There's not an issue here. If your child feels freer to talk to your teachers, their child's teachers or their counselors, rather than coming home and bring their problems to you, that's really your problem and not the school's problem. The school is here to help the kids grow, learn, and be as good as they can be. And that's all we can ask of the school. Nobody's trying to change your kids. Trust me. That's it. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. So it's ironic that speaker number 31 is coming right up against the hour here. It's my good buddy Michael Sokovol. So I think we need to Sovokol. So Mike, we're going to push you to after our little break here, and then you have more time to prepare. So we'll see you all back in about 5 or 10 minutes.
But take your time. You're going to need it.
I turned it on already for you. The system's muted, so we'll unmute you when we're ready.
me? Hi. Oh, hey, nice to meet you. Yes. Tonight. Okay, thanks. All right, can everybody hear me? Okay, we're going to call us back to order. Hey, Mike, they won't listen to me, but they'll listen to you.
You ready?
I am ready. All right. We have the esteemed Michael Sokoval, then Ed Moses, and Victoria Nyack. So cool. Oh wait, hold on. David was roaming, so hold on. I'll find him. We're getting there. Okay.
I got all the time, Bob. You got the money, honey. I got the time.
Oh, I'm glad Mike's here. Yeah.
They might be hiding from the truth.
All right. I think we also set a new record tonight as well for the amount of people that came back after the break. So we're thankful that you're still here. And so my good friend Michael Sokoval will be speaking now.
Bob, I think you set a record because you'll be the first board president in Escondido to turn the city liberal. So thank you. Good evening, Cabinet and Board, especially Carol Durney, who I'd like to officially welcome to our EUHSD community. I'm Mike Sokoval, and I speak tonight as a voter and taxpayer from Trustee Area 5. To be honest, I'd prefer not to be here speaking at all tonight, but due to the vile, offensive, hateful, and disrespectful comments lodged at Carol Durney by the majority of the speakers during last month's public comment section, I felt compelled to do so. Carol, you and I haven't agreed on much over the years, but that matters not when it comes to respecting you as a human being. So I want to let you know that I accept you for who you are, and I will respect you as Carol, as we undoubtedly will continue to disagree over issues as you continue to serve as a board member. President Weller, I know that many have expressed their desire for you to have stepped in and censored some of the speech exercised at last month's board meeting. And while I agree that their characterization of the speech as harassing, hateful, terrible, I do not believe that it rose to a level in which the government, meaning you, should have stepped in to stop it. While it was appalling, those speakers showed us who they are, and so we can steer clear from their hate and bigotry. With free speech in mind, I have some words of my own to share with the board tonight. You all are elected to represent our community, and you're entrusted with the power to address and solve issues that impact our community. So let me share with you some of the real issues that our community has been facing. We have masked, armed federal agents that are abducting, without probable cause or arrest warrants, members of our community. These community members have been here for 30+ years, have no criminal record, and have children enrolled in our district. These abductions create a fear amongst community members that prevents students from attending school. This is an issue that impacts our community. Trans board members are not. We have gun violence that kills school children in our country at a frequency and level unseen in any other nation around the world. This creates a subconscious expectation in young people that they might die in their classroom, thereby manifesting a very real, visceral feeling and fear which prevents them from attending school. This is an issue that affects our community. Trans board members is not. These are only two of many issues that impact our community and the ability of our students and families to feel safe when coming to our campuses. Yet I've not heard one damn word from this board or the Christian nationalist cult members who cosplay as Jesus followers on Sunday that spoke from this podium last month. Speaking of Jesus, the Jesus I grew up learning about hung with the refugees, the prostitutes, the poor, the lepers, and the other marginalized people that were labeled undesirable by the church establishment. That Jesus wouldn't be running around with board presidents, blind guides, or other Pharisaic church functionaries who are partaking in the bullying of trans people at public school board meetings. That Jesus would be hanging with Carol. In closing, please remember, you are here to represent our community and not the radical views of your apparent fellow churchgoers. And as such, please only concern yourself with the issues impacting our community, and let's all work together to make it a better and safer place to live. Thank you.
Hey, Mike, because I don't know who's going to be speaking next, I think your board, your sign.
Don't worry about it. Maybe they like it. Maybe you know they won't. I don't know.
You know, you put me in a hard spot, Mike.
You put us in a hard spot.
But that's not a part of the building or the.
Mr. Weller, you're the board president. Do as you feel you need to do.
All right.
I'm exercising my First Amendment right to symbolic speech by placing that sign there. The next speaker wants it down, they can take it down. That says more about them than me.
So Ed Moses, and then Victoria Nyack, and then Paul. So Ed Moses, you're next, and then Victoria Nyack, and then Paul. Is Ed Moses still here?
I'm Ed Moses. I'm a resident of Escondido for about 10 years. I'm a former teacher. I call myself a recovering teacher. I felt it was my job when I was teaching that, and the subject I taught was woodshop. What we needed to do was learn to work together. Some people were very talented. Some people were absolute klutzes. Some people were good at schoolwork, some people weren't. There were lots of differences, and we had bullies. We all needed to learn to work together. And I see what is before this group tonight is certainly a case of learning to work together, to express our differences, to honor our differences, and to learn to deal with each other honestly. Thank you.
Thank you. Victoria Nyack? Hi, welcome.
Hi, thank you. So my name is Victoria Nyack. I'm a resident of Escondido. I've been living in San Diego County all my life, and I'm pretty new to Escondido. I never met Carol. I've never come to one of these meetings. I don't have Bible verses to quote. I'm not up on trans, the appropriate, I'm just not up on all that. But I do know humanity. And when I read the comments that were made last week, I wanted to cry because nobody should be talked to that way. And it's 2025, and I cannot believe that we are still having these immature arguments, that people would bother to drive hours, get themselves dressed up, do their hairspray all nice, and come just to raise their Bible and beat down on somebody that they don't even know. What I have, lots of different perspectives, but I raised 5 children. They're all through with high school now. But one thing I always try to instill in them, and I'll clean it up, but don't be a jerk. That is some advice that I had to learn also in teaching it to them and realizing when I'm pointing out what's wrong with other people, what makes me uncomfortable, then I might be being a jerk. And so what I would ask is, one thing that has been through my thought process in coming here is I should start coming to these meetings more. We should all be here. And I was just so angry, but coming here, I tell you, I'm really heartened by the love that I see. And we're not mirroring back the hate that went on last month. Also, my 5 children all vote now. We have a NIAC family caucus, and what we do is we research everybody who's on the ballot. So that will be happening. And I'm just really proud to have been a part of this. And good luck to you, Carol.
All right, the next 3 speakers will be Paul, Jamie Warner, and it looks like Jenner Vitek. Thank you. Paul, you're up.
Trustees, Board President, ladies and gentlemen, while I speak from a place of love for God and family and community, I'd like to urge the board to not promote gender ideology. I would not be showing love for my neighbor and tell you, Trustee Durney, that you're making a mentally competent decision. As an adult, I will not enable harmful behaviors in others. Europe has been down this road and realized the harm this ideology has had on children and abandoned this path. From a legal standpoint, transgender ideology undermines foundational principles of biology, free speech, and equal protection under the law. The U.S. Supreme Court in Scarametti versus United States rightly upheld states' bans on gender-affirming care for minors, recognizing that such intervention pose irreversible risk to vulnerable children without sufficient evidence of benefit. This ideology's contradictions, insisting gender is fluid while demanding legal recognition, lead to compelled speech, forcing individuals and institutions to affirm identities that contradict biological reality, violating the First Amendment. The Escondido Elementary School District already has had to litigate these policies which violate teachers' First Amendment rights. Respect is a two-way street, and the hatred by some here for those of us who represent traditional Christian values is what has encouraged a rash of transgender mass shootings against Christians. As a father of high school daughters in Escondido, I want this board to consider the safety and protection of all girls. Moreover, it erodes women's rights under Title IX, allowing biological males in female sports and spaces, compromising privacy, safety, and fair competition. Recent executive actions affirm biological truth and federal policy to protect these rights. We must reject this ideology over science and justice, preserving legal integrity for all. And I would urge you to resign or face a possibility of a recall. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Jamie Warner?
Janice Warner. Thank you, board, for spending so much time tonight on this topic. Trustee Journey, I see so many people here tonight that are concerned about you, and some are cheering you on, and others like myself are concerned that you're going down a road that could lead to tragedy in the end. And I say that because I'm at home a lot, and I've been watching different YouTubes of people that have transitioned, and they regret it. and they wish that there'd been somebody that had said, hey, there's downsides to this that you may not know about. And at the moment, there's a tidal wave of support, but as more people go down the line and suffer the physical issues that can come out of it, infections and UTIs and so forth, there's a lot of difficulties to it. Some things I don't even want to say, but
Let her talk.
In your position as someone that kids look up to, it brings something in their mind and as a topic that isn't something that I'd like to see the kids focused on. Someone earlier said that our student performance is really lagging now, other countries and other states. And my preference is that students are focused on the basics so they can find work when they get out of school, because it's hard. It's so much harder now than when I graduated. And the last thing I'd like to say is that various ones have talked about different verses in the Bible that are important to them and they think apply. And to me, I think the one that comes to mind is the spirit or the fruit of the Spirit is love and joy and peace and patience and self-discipline and long-suffering. Those are the things that bring wholeness and make us feel good about how we were born and how God designed us in the womb. So, Trustee Gurney, I would just like you to consider those things, because God does love you. He really does. Jesus loves you, and he has a good plan for your life. So just think about, and I know that you go to church, because different ones have said that you're in their church. So open your Bible and see what God has to say to you about this topic, because his plans are good. He brings good things to us, he says that he declares that his plans for us are good and not evil, to bring us a hope in a future. And that's one of my favorite verses, because it's true. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you. So the next three speakers look like, and please forgive when I mispronounce your name, but it's Jenner Vitek?
Veach.
Veach, thank you. And Amelia Martinez, and then Lisa Nat, it looks like N-A-N-A, or N-A-V-A. There we go. All right, you go. Yeah.
Members of the board and audience members, my name is Jenner Veach. I've been teaching in the Escondido Union High School District for 29 years, and I've never spoken at a board meeting. There's been many issues over 29 years, and we've fought for, fair contracts, et cetera, and I've never been moved to speak. Sometime in July, I had actually found out that Carol Durney had changed her Facebook page and therefore was apparently transitioning, and I said I want to be there to support her. And I missed the meeting in August, and I was at home, and about, I think it was like 10 minutes in, I said, oh no, it's happening. So I watched the entire thing from home, horrified, because I wasn't here. And I felt like I needed to be here for you. I just wanted to be a friendly face in the audience. I'm here, whatever. But I had no idea that what was gonna happen was gonna happen. And it was really hard for me as a person who loves this district, who loves these children, who loves my coworkers, who loves and is proud to be a teacher here in Escondido, that this was what was being said on our behalf. And I have not stopped thinking about it since. So I've asked folks and I've talked to folks and we've had conversations, and I basically just kind of felt like I need it to be said that it's not okay to treat another human being that way, regardless of your ideological differences about the Bible. However, I am an English teacher, and we do teach a unit called Fake News and Bias, to be able to identify fake news and bias, and I would love to talk to some of our people who talked today about how to identify fake news, because that's not what I've learned about trans kids and trans people. As far as, I think it's hard to be a trans person, and I think if we make it harder for them, then that's on us. And our biases do not belong in a school district and do not belong in a school environment. I teach empathy for my children. I teach my students to be proud of who they are, and I would like that to be something that is reflected at all levels of our district. At Orangeland High School right now, we are talking about what hate speech is. We're talking about being a bystander versus standing up and saying something. And so I needed to stand up today and be a person who said, it's unacceptable and we can't allow that to continue. I see that there's this brown thing. I'm going to do some research on that, and I may be emailing you guys about that. But I just feel like it's not okay to not be able to stand up for yourself, and so I wanted to stand up for you. And I think that there's something that you guys can do as a board to maintain integrity and love and support and empathy for everybody, including yourselves. And as a person who deals with children who are not fully formed human beings and are still learning, I will put this out. In my classroom, I'm the adult, and I need to take responsibility for what happens in my classroom. This is your classroom. You're the adults. I need you to take responsibility for what's going on here. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, on this topic, we're down to the last three speakers. It will be Amelia Martinez, Lisa Nava, and Nathan Bersamina. You are on.
Hi, my name is Amelia Martinez, and I've lived in Escondido for over 20 years. My children went to school here. They're both grown and living their lives as kids do, but I'm sure they'd be shocked to see that there are folks here in Escondido who are stuck in an old way of thinking and of living. I am absolutely horrified to see people in our community attacking Carol for who she is, but what really shocked me is that, Bob, that you allowed it. And I realized that it's highly likely that you actually arranged and coordinated that attack. And if that is true, Bob, then the real question we should be asking as a community is if we want people on the board attacking members for being in a protected class in our society. You were recently on a podcast that tested my gag reflex, but there was one thing you said that I agree with. You said, and I quote, parents need not to necessarily be protecting their kids in public education, but they need to put them out there and put them in real life situations and then come back and talk about it. So Bob, let me introduce you to Carol, a real life situation. Now, you may not like having to serve on a board with someone you don't like, and that's politics. If I had to sit next to you on a board, I've had an issue with serving with someone who is transphobic. But I wouldn't coordinate an attack against you. I see that you have an alternative agenda to your actual function on this board. So let me be clear, Bob, we see you. We see exactly what you are doing, and we will not be silent about it. We want our students to be authentically who they are. It is on Carol to be herself. It is on the rest of us to adjust. There was once a time where women could not hold office. There was once a time where Black Americans couldn't sit anywhere on a bus. And there was once a time when interracial and LGBTQ couples could not marry. And guess what? All those things happened, and America adjusted. And the world didn't end, and as a matter of fact, the country has been made better for it. If I have to live through Trump changing the names of military bases to honor Confederate traitors to this country, if I have to live through Trump changing the name of the USS Harvey Milk, if we all have to live through the name change of the Department of Defense to Department of War, then you all can certainly call Carol by her name. It isn't that hard to be a decent human being, but it must have been extraordinarily hard for Carol to be able to finally express who she is. Now, Bob, if you think you can just freely call your minions on your Bible-thumping bat phone to come and attack one of our Escondido board members, then I'm just going to assume that you like me coming here on a regular basis, and trust that I have absolutely no issue doing that. What I find interesting, Bob, is that you're trying to change the way leadership is selected on this board. But Bob, maybe you should actually worry about having your seat in the first place. You're coming up on the ballot, shift your priorities. Carol, this is not the first time I've seen you. My son and I actually went to your church and listened while you told your story. We were honored to have been there to hear you. Please don't even consider resigning. Do not let hate win. You are lovely, and the high school students of Escondido are fortunate that you are serving them. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Lisa Nava.
Good evening, board. Thank you for
allowing all of these people to speak in a timely manner before 11 o'clock at night. My name is Lisa Nava, she, her pronouns. I am the Director of Operations at the North County LGBTQ Resource Center. And we serve all of North County, 13 cities of North County. We serve a lot of people right here in Escondido, students, adults, and allies. I'm here tonight to tell you about our mission. Our mission is to serve, empower, and advocate for the diverse community of North County, San Diego. And we do not have a secret agenda. Our agenda is to help the community, both heterosexual allies and the LGBTQ community. Because when LGBT people rise, the whole community rises. I want to tell you that a lot of people talked about anti-discrimination, what's on your website, what you talk about here. Those laws are California laws. They are not up for negotiation. You cannot discriminate, harass, bully anyone according to their identity, including the school board member. That is against the law in California. You want to change the trajectory of that, change the law in California. But while you're in California, abide by the anti-discrimination laws that you're bound to serve. Finally, I'd like to say that tonight, I've been to a lot of school board meetings. I'm very proud of this crowd for how they behave themselves, and proud of the board for allowing everybody to speak. There was an email today from Reclaim California, a disgusting email that I saw and I read. Disgusting hate rhetoric against people who identify differently than you may. And I want to say tonight that we reclaimed Escondido School Board. As a community, we reclaimed it, and we were going to show up every time. Anyone that wants to visit the North County LGBT Center, we bought our first building in Oceanside, 17,000 square feet of glorious, colorful, diverse, beautiful, trans joy, LGBT joy. There is joy in this community. There is not religious deficit. And we celebrate trans joy and LGBT joy every single day, and you should too.
Thank you. And our final speaker on this topic will be Nathan Bersamina, our student board member.
Guys, so hello to the board and to everyone else who has shown up tonight. I know I thought I was done too. First and foremost, I want to thank every single person for coming. I'm sure most of us have established a point and are willing to go home now, but I'd like to acknowledge my partner, Janet Ibrahim, who is clearly way busier than I am tonight. Though Hana and I have differing views for religiously, we don't let these beliefs get in the way of showing compassion, kindness, and respect to each other. Tonight, I ask both the board and the audience that you show the same respect for each other and that you lead an example for our student body. Our society can't progress if younger generations don't have an empathetic role model to rely on. Tonight, I stand here not to represent the student interest, but to represent the student collective and diversity. As a member of the LGBTQ and an officer of my school's Christian athlete program myself, it is of most importance to me that everyone else who stands in this room not only acknowledges the impact of their opinions and what they do to students, such as me, the students who are the same reason everyone is here tonight, but what political system that sets up for our schools in the future and what environment that sets up for our children. Because at the end of the day, your children's identity should not be a political statement. To those here tonight, thank you for a memorable first board meeting. And to Mrs. Durney, thank you for showing me that nothing can stop me from succeeding in the fields I work in. Thank you.
All right, thank you all so much for being here tonight, for all your comments. We appreciate it greatly. And we're now going to move on to Section F, Educational Services Division. And there are a number of items on there that have asterisks next to them that were approved on the consent calendar. And so items 1 and 2 were approved on the consent calendar. So now we need to do something that's a little different, and it's called a public hearing. And so I'll read item number 3, and if you feel like you need to go, feel free to step out. Thank you for coming tonight. Public hearing to receive comments from the public regarding the proposed Resolution R2025-2026/3, certifying sufficiency of textbooks and materials that are aligned to the content standards and are consistent with the curriculum framework cycle adopted by the State Board of Education. Conduct the public hearing in compliance with the Education Code 60119 that EUHSD has sufficient textbooks and materials for each pupil that are aligned to the content standards and are consistent with the curriculum framework by the State Board of Education. So I'm going to open up the public hearing. Let's see, I'll use my watch, which is an analog watch. It's probably a bad idea. I'll look at my phone. At 8:36. And do we have any comments from people regarding these items? All right, hearing no comments, we also end the public hearing at 8:36, and that moves us down to item F4. Dr. Casas, I did not let you speak at all during that. Did you need to say anything on that? Okay.
I can provide context for the board before you take action on F4, if you'd like.
Sure.
Yeah, it's the annual resolution that certifies that every student has access to a copy of the board-approved instructional materials and textbooks for every course. Staff goes through an extensive internal audit process to meet Williams compliance within the first week of the school year to meet the compliance of the state.
Thank you. All right, so then item 4 now is adopting that resolution R2025-2026/03, certifying that Escondido Union High School District has sufficient textbooks and materials that are aligned to the content standards and are consistent with the curriculum framework cycle adopted by the State Board of Education. So can I get a motion to adopt resolution?
I move to adopt the resolution.
I second.
Okay, we have a first and second. Do we have any, let's see, it says here discussion. So Superintendent, there's a section here that talks about discussion. Do we need? Right. Does anybody, would anybody like to discuss any of the items on there? It looks like Trustee Vincent, maybe?
Yeah, I just have a quick question regarding the science aspect of things. Has that been put on the dashboard? Are we required now as that part of the overall curriculum, as a part of graduation?
I think to answer your question, the California dashboard has now been updated to show progress in the California State Assessment in Science, and it will be published sometime in December.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
All right, since it looks like there's no further discussion, call for the vote. All in favor to approve it, say aye.
Aye.
The motion.
Aye.
Thank you. And the motion passes. Okay, oh, and then back to student board member. How do you vote? It would be aye.
Oh, aye.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. All right. So that motion passes. Let's see here. So then item number 5, informational update about the agriculture program at San Pasqual High School. Staff will update the board about the current and future status of agriculture education at San Pasqual High School. This is not an action item. This is an information item only. Before I call these cards to speak, is there anything that we wanted to say?
Normal practice is to take public comment first.
Okay,
and
that's
staff presentation.
Okay, very good. All right, so then we have, looks like about 15 cards here, and thank you for those that I think John did. So the first speaker will be Ken Clark. The second speaker will be Angelina Onda, and the third will be Jason Schaefer. And you have 3 minutes, and okay, Mr. Clark, you are on.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity. My name is Ken Clark,
and I'm here to speak on behalf of Marnie Wallace in the FFA program at San Pasqual High School, my granddaughter, Giovanna Schaefer, and the other students currently involved in the program. What I'm hoping to accomplish or hoping to hear back from the board is an understanding of the level of commitment towards the program, not just from you, but also from the school administration. There's been some recent developments that kind of put that into question about at what level or depth that commitment is. We have, as a family, working with Marnie, have developed a pretty comprehensive plan. You saw part of the recruitment plan that my granddaughter gave you last week, but we've gone through and highlighted some other things like meeting with Dane to talk about more business and community involvement in the program. We wanted to talk with alumni about doing internships for some of the kids. We thought that if we got more of the community involved in this, that we could build a much more robust program. But before we put forth all of that effort and energy, we needed to make sure that we have the commitment of the board, not just for a year or two, but this was a program that you actually believed in and were willing to support going forward. There's been some recent developments at San Pasqual High School. Both my daughter-in-law and I reached out to the new assistant principal who is in charge of the CTE programs to schedule a meeting, and were told that it wasn't necessary, that we were to run all of our questions or issues through Marnie. I find that extremely unacceptable. I responded back to her. In fact, I've given David copies of all the emails. It's that lack of commitment or lack of support that concerns me. Before we start marching down and trying to develop this program, we need to know that you all are committed to it. So there's a number of speakers tonight that'll go into more detail, but I'm hoping, hopefully, before we leave here tonight, you'll be able to convince us that you really do believe in the program. Thank you.
Thank you. Looks like Angelina Onda.
Hello again. Good evening. My name is Angelina Onda, parent of Giovanna Schaefer, who serves as the Vice President of the San Pasqual FFA chapter. I want to begin by asking, will everyone here tonight who supports the San Pasqual Agricultural and FFA program please stand? Thank you. I also want to ask now, is there any school administrators present tonight from San Pasqual High School? Is our teacher present? Thank you. Now I want to recognize and thank our agricultural teacher who continues to show up for these students, for the families, and for the program. Your presence tonight represents commitment, dedication, and heart. But I also must call out who's missing, our administrators from San Pasqual. Their absence isn't just disappointing, it's telling. When leadership doesn't even take the time to be in the room, it shows where their priorities lie. And the program cannot be rebuilt without leadership at the table. Teachers cannot carry this alone. Families and students cannot carry it alone. We need administrators, not just signing papers, but to physically show up. Listen and act. Tonight, we stand with our teacher, but we also stand united in saying the administration must do better. You want to claim you support students, and prove it by showing up. There's a few things happening currently. I have one friend of Giovanna's who is trying to get into the vet science class. She submitted her paperwork first week of school to ask for a transfer, and she's a new student at San Pasqual. We're now in our third week of school. The counselor has not reached back out to her or given her any guidance on why she hasn't been transferred into the program. Second of all, I recently had about a 20-minute conversation with Mrs. Kramer. She called me on the phone because we had reached out to her. I asked for an in-person meeting with her to talk about all these great ideas we have, which I did present to all of you on the board. dropped off folders a couple weeks back. Hopefully you all got a chance to review them and look at them. We're a group of action, not a group of words. Unfortunately, her response to me is, I just don't think a meeting is necessary. So I told her on the phone, let me at least drop off these packets to you. Let me show you what we've shown the board. I dropped them off last Thursday. As of today, I have not received a response from her. I think it's time to move forward, stop looking at the past mistakes, stop placing blame on the past, but start looking at what the future can be, and giving the students a fair and fighting chance to build a better program than the past, to build a viable program. We're ready to take action, but we cannot without clarity from the board administration as to what the future of the program holds. Thank you.
Thank you. The next three speakers will be Jason Schaefer, Emily Ryan, and Giovanna Schaefer. Like your hat.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm Jason Schaefer. I'm Giovanna Schaefer's father. We're here again tonight to bring more community support, more student support, and supporting our teacher. We brought you ideas, recruitment plans, booster plans, cross-platform, ag, and FFA ideas. And still we have no comment from the board or administration. How do we go forward? We have examined the past. We have asked to help build a better future. We now need to know what inspired to, we need to now be inspired to move forward with what we've learned. We are running out of words and waiting for action. We have an energetic group of kids, teachers, family, and community, but we do not have the support of the board or the administration. Thank you.
Emily Ryan. By the way, when the FFA students come in your uniform, it's so impressive. So thank you so much for coming in uniform. It really shows your commitment and your pride and your order to things. So thank you so much for doing that.
Last time I stood before you, I was reading a speech on behalf of Luciana Trejo, one which I didn't know I was going to be reading at all. I originally just planned to show my silent support because I was too nervous and couldn't find the right words to describe how much this program means to me and countless others. But now I can see, after being given the opportunity to read out another person's feelings, that no matter how uncomfortable it may seem at first, silence is not an option. It is necessary to stand up for what I believe is right. So I wanted to address you all tonight in my own words. This program has helped me through so much. I remember my freshman year, I heard they had an animal bio class, and I was so excited. I'd always known that this was the pathway I wanted to go down. I originally just planned to be an ordinary member, but then I saw the officer team. I saw the bond that they shared and how confident and charismatic they all were. And I wanted to be like that, to have that connection, to be that confidence in myself. So the next year I applied to be the Sentinel, and I got the position. I was excited but also nervous because I've never been in a leadership role before, and I couldn't imagine others looking up to me for answers. But as I went on, I got more and more comfortable with the officer team, the chapter, and being in charge of people. I knew that I had found my place where I could be me freely with no judgment from anyone else. And for the first time in my life, I felt like I truly belonged. It saddens me to think about this program shutting down, a program which has helped me so much and could help other people like me find new meaning and purpose in life. So, members of the board, I beseech you to reconsider shutting down the program that holds so much meaning in our future.
Thank you. So the next three speakers will be Giovanna Schaefer, Charlie Stone, and Kate Foster.
Good evening, board members, administrators, teachers, and parents, and students.
My name is Giovanna Schaefer, and I'm proud to serve as the FFA Vice President at San Pasqual High School. I'm here tonight because I care deeply about the future of the agriculture and FFA program at San Pasqual. Over the past several months, we've had conversations, shared ideas, and showed you the community's overwhelming support for bringing back this program stronger than ever. Students, alumni, parents, and local businesses have all stepped forward, ready to recruit, fundraise, and contribute time and energy. But tonight, I want to ask you a very direct question. Where do we actually stand with the program? We cannot recruit new students to a program that has not yet been approved. We cannot ask families to commit time and energy without knowing if there will even be classes offered. We cannot create partnerships with local businesses or offer internships and workshops if we do not know if the structure will be in place. Without clarity, all of our ideas and passions remain only words. Our students need action. They need a timeline. They need to know if they will have an ag or FFA program to sign up for this year or next year. Without that, we are left in a holding pattern, watching valuable time slip away, time that can only be used to rebuild enrollment, strengthen our offerings, and restore pride in this program. So I am asking this board and administration, please give us a clear update. Is the agriculture and FFA program at San Pasqual approved? If not, what is holding it back? And if so, what are the next steps and how can we, as a community, help move it forward? We are not just here to speak, we are here to act. But we cannot put our words into action until we exactly know where we stand. Our students, teachers, and families and communities deserve clarity. They deserve the change to get to work rebuilding this program. So I ask, where do we stand?
Thank you. Charlie Stone.
Hello, members of the school board. My name is Charlie Stone. I'm a senior currently attending San Marcos High School. I serve as the CT Ambassador, our FFA Chapter Vice President, and I'm the San Diego Section FFA President. I stand before you to not only pursue, but engage in growing the foundation of FFA within this school. I believe the San Pasqual FFA Chapter should be preserved because it provides students with hands-on learning, leadership development, and real-world skills that extend far beyond the classroom. Through FFA, students gain valuable experience in public speaking, teamwork, agriculture science, and career readiness. I personally have had the opportunity to participate in leadership activities and competitions that have made a dramatic impact on my confidence and public speaking skills. These experiences have helped me grow not only as a student, but as a person, giving me the tools to take on challenges with courage and professionalism. Along with this, I have found a passion for veterinary science and have been successfully set up to pursue that career in college. FFA doesn't just prepare students like me for future professions in agriculture. It prepares us for life by teaching us how to lead, communicate, and take responsibility. It opens doors to scholarships, statewide and national competitions, and networking opportunities that can shape our futures. Beyond that, it connects us to our community through service projects and agricultural awareness, helping us become active and engaged citizens. Keeping the San Pasqual FFA Chapter means preserving a program that changes lives. It is an investment in student success, community involvement, and the future of agriculture. The lessons learned and the confidence gained through FFA leave an everlasting impact on the students, and they carry that with them along after graduation. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you. Kate Foster. And then after that, it'll be Ryan Ross, Kyle Self, and it looks like Adina Volker.
Good evening, members of the board. Thank you for all being here to listen with us tonight. I'm sure not all of us wanted to be here this late on a Tuesday night, but here we are. My name is Kate Foster, and I'm currently serving as the Southern Region Vice President. That means I serve all of Southern Region of California. I want to take a moment to express how impactful San Pasqual FFA's program truly is, not only for their chapter, but for the entire region. I know that if I didn't strongly believe in this, I would not have taken 45 minutes to drive here today, and I know that Kyle on the end here wouldn't have taken a 2.5-hour drive to come and speak with you. I know that these San Pasqual members wouldn't have given up their Tuesday night either. FFA is more than just the blue jackets that you see in these livestock projects. It's about leadership, teamwork, and building skills that will last a lifetime. The opportunities that this program provides, whether through competitions, conferences, or community service, give students a place to grow in ways that no other program can replicate. The mission statement that your student board representatives have shared with us today directly aligns with our FFA mission statement, which is to make a difference in the lives of students by developing their potential. And if this board is unwilling to stand and show their support for this FFA program, how are these students going to grow to their true potential? One class is not enough. Out of the 18,000 members that we have in the southern region alone, only 24 of them get to say that they are proudly a part of San Pasqual, and that directly impacts all of us, coming from a school that holds about 600 FFA members. Students deserve the opportunity to take agriculture classes all 4 years of their high school career. Not just one veterinary science program. It's not enough. San Pasqual has been a strong voice in presence in the regional level. Their chapter has taken on leadership roles, built connections, and represented not only their school, but this entire Escondido community. The advocacy and initiative that you see from these students right now, standing up here and speaking out, is a direct reflection of what FFA has taught them. How to lead, how to communicate, and how to fight for what they believe in. Without this program, that kind of courage and impact could not exist. Taking away this program from them would not only hurt the students at San Pasqual, it would silence an entire chapter that represents our region's pride, our strength, and our purpose. FFA is a foundation for leadership, growth, and opportunity, and its impact stretches far beyond their school walls. Thank you for being here tonight.
Thank you so much. Next will be Ryan Ross.
Hello, members of the board. My name is Ryan Ross, and I am the San Pasqual FFA chapter president, and I'm here to tell you about the present of FFA, what is happening now. You see, the San Diego section is a family, not just the San Diego section, but the whole state, the whole country, all right? And I had a script, but I lost it. I hate when that happens, but
We will be patient. Take your time, son.
sorry about that. This, I don't even have the words. You know, this is like a family. This is a connection of people that come from all walks of life. They can be rich, they can be poor. Some can't even afford animals to raise, but they still show up. They still work. They still are here, and they are here to learn, teach, and be here for their community. Be here for their friends and their family of agriculture. I come here to tell you that I have met people, amazing people, friends, that I can call family. I have met people I will remember for the rest of my life, not just in San Pasqual, but from San Marcos, Poway, multiple different schools across the San Diego section. I plan to go up and go to nationals, hopefully. I plan to do whatever that needs to be done to make us on the map. I want to show you guys that we aren't just some club, something that you can toss out into a trash can and forget about. This is a club, not a club, but a class. A way of life that will be passed down from generation to generation. If we do not teach and persuade other generations to do this, our way of life will go extinct. This is not just about a club. It is about our future, our present, and preserving our past. Thank you very much.
Kyle, you're next.
Good evening. My name is Kyle Self, and I'm currently serving as the regional president for FFA in all of Southern California. For 45 years, my predecessors have carried around this compass. Engraved on it are the words, "Leaders need direction." No words could be more true. My generation will lead the future, but that doesn't necessarily mean we will lead it along the right path. We need direction now in order to positively shape tomorrow. FFA provides that direction, a space where people can practice that in a risk-free environment, and opens doorways to exercise what we've learned in this organization in the future. When I stepped into my first ag class, I'll be honest, I was unmotivated, shy, and didn't know anything about agriculture. That quickly changed through hands-on classroom instruction and engaging conferences that I was able to attend. I was then given the opportunity to expand on what I've learned and practice in 3 separate avenues: ag projects, competitions, and officer positions. Through ag projects, I practiced veterinary skills while raising livestock, applied the scientific method in research projects, and got to intern through the University of California as a livestock researcher. In competitions, I've learned how to evaluate livestock, repair tractors, create an effective marketing plan, speak in front of large crowds of people, and debate respectfully. Finally, in chapter and region office, I've learned how to work with others and put service above self. These are my experiences, but I am not alone. Other FFA's members may not have participated in the same contests, attended the same conferences, or had the same ag projects. Hundreds of thousands of FFA members throughout our country have had similar experiences because of the FFA. Now, I've given the San Pasqual officers a whole binder full of data showcasing the benefit of FFA, and I'm more than willing to share that with all of you board members. But here are a few key highlights. Research from Purdue University shows that FFA involvement is linked with higher academic success, stronger career readiness, clearer future goals, and even higher standardized test scores. Surveys show that over 85% of members say FFA made their high school experience more enjoyable and kept them committed to their schoolwork. FFA alumni overwhelmingly report that FFA shaped their careers, with most now working in the agricultural industry and holding senior level positions. Members of the board, leaders need direction, and you can provide that and so much more by taking action today to support the FFA programs under your care. Thank you.
Thank you. And then Adina Volker. And she will be the last speaker on this topic.
Good evening. I am Adina Volker. I am alumni from San Pasqual High School and a former student of agriculture and FFA. And I am the owner, very proud owner of Simply Adina Floral Designs. Due to going to San Pasqual High School led me into my career. And I am over 25 years in special event floristry, which is very important to ag. It all comes together. And for many years, I have a whole thing here, but I'm tired, so I'm just gonna say what I feel from the heart. I have always volunteered at the schools teaching. I take in students from John Paul Catholic as an internship program. I can tell you I've had women who have come and worked with me that have come from homes that they've been abused, and they come in and they're in a safe environment, all of which now own their own businesses throughout San Diego County and are thriving. Agriculture, FFA, is extremely important because it covers so much, and I get teared up about it, because it's not just about growing food or raising animals. It's the way we all live in every single day. It's there, and if you get rid of these programs, it's gonna be a really sad state for our county, and it's just a shame. I come from my husband's family, they're all farmers. My uncle is the largest sod and food farmer in the state of California, and he provides so much good to this state, and we can't get rid of this program. Our students need us to support them, and we need to support our teachers in this area. And that's all I have to say. We really need to step up to the plate on this and not let this program go away. Thank you.
Thank you. So that was item number 5, informational update about the agricultural program at San Pasqual High School. Did any board members have? Okay, Dr. Casas next. Okay, thank you, Dr. Casas.
Thank you, President Weller. Since our last board meeting in August, the Educational Service Department has collaborated with San Pasqual administration to do the following. Number one, directed school site staff to add Ag CTE courses back on the digital course selection sheets for the 26-27 school year. Number two, directed site administration and counseling to assist with the promotion of the Ag program, recruitment of new Ag students, and retention of current Ag students. Number three, verified and secure that all Ag program equipment is not removed from San Pasqual High School. Number four, provide options to current 12th grade San Pasqual Ag students to remain eligible to apply for all Ag FFA related scholarships. Number five, continue to include San Pasqual Ag program in all future grant funded applications, state and federal. Number six, Director of College and Career Readiness, Mia Funk, is available to meet with San Pasqual Ag teacher to discuss, collaborate, and assist with items 1 through 5 previously mentioned. And I'll add number seven, given the information shared tonight about site admin not wanting to meet, you have my commitment from myself, Principal Gregory, and Director of College and Career Readiness, Mia Funk, to meet with you ASAP to discuss the game plan and how to move forward with the program. So we will do that as early as next week.
Dr. Casas, thank you so much. You know, you have such a hard job. You know, you have over 5,000 students. I haven't even counted the different classes and programs. And for you to coordinate all that and manage that and then listen to students and do that, it's very heartening. And I just want to say thank you from the board. I know other board members here would like to speak now.
Dr. Casas, as always, I really appreciate what you've done there. And I think you're an amazing person, and you understand what the needs are of the community. And my hat goes off to you. I appreciate it so much. Thank you.
And I'll echo the thanks to staff, all of staff, because I know it's not just you. There's a lot of people involved in these conversations. And as we know, there's a lot of incredible CTE programs that we have on lots of campuses. So we are competing. Some of these programs do, unfortunately, they're competing priorities for the real estate that we have. And I know, however creative we can become to provide more opportunities that may not require as much space, whatever that may be. I'm really impressed with the students and their commitment to this, and then thankful for the regional leaders that have stepped up too to support, because the 24 students that you mentioned can't do it alone when you come from a school with 600 strong. So just thank you, and to the community members that also want to step up and provide these opportunities, thank you, because there are incredible ag opportunities throughout San Diego County. And while I know we can't necessarily dialogue, but I just want to thank you for all your commitment.
All right. Well, yeah, Trustee Durney.
Yes, I want to say I absolutely love our FFA students. These students are the most professional, the most polished, some of our best and brightest students. These are the students who are going places, and these are the ones we really need to support. I hate seeing programs terminated. I don't want to see this one drop down. I mean, I'm hearing it's because, not as many people want to be there. I hear there are great plans to get more people involved. I want to get more people involved. I want to keep ag at EHS and at San Pasqual if we can. Absolutely. We just need to have the people there, and I am 100% for keeping this going. As long as we can do it, please. Well said. It's rolling.
Yeah, go ahead. Trustee Williams.
Yeah, so I'd say to you students who spoke today and who have been actively involved in this, I would say you should be very proud of what you're doing here. Not only for the program itself and for you personally, but for the community. I think this is a great lifelong lesson that says that you can make a difference, right? And pulling together and saying, we want to build this program is exactly what we need. I think what Carol said here today in terms of we don't want to pull a plug on anything. Right? That's not the goal. That's not what anybody wants, right? So if you can help spin this around, then power to you, and we're here to support you. That's what we're here for.
And Marnie, an update on the tomato plants. We cannot eat all the tomatoes, so the wildlife is happily fed some of the time, so thank you so much for those tomato plants. Well, you didn't fill out a card. I'm trying to be, yeah, okay, you get a minute. Thank you. All right, thank you. Dr. Casas, did you have any thoughts?
No, we'll coordinate with the site and, yeah, as soon as we, yeah.
All right, okay, thank you. All right, sounds like that this is not an well, it's not, sounds like, it is not an action item, so we're gonna move on to item number 6, which is discussion about potential new avenues for career technical education in the Escondido Union High School District. Again, this is not an action item, this is an information-only item. Dr. Casas?
Thank you, President Weller. The Ed Services team has had several planning, brainstorming sessions to ideate how we might reimagine any given school site to capture the feedback, models, and ideas shared by Board Member Vincent. Following ideas represent a culmination of our initial brainstorm sessions that are being shared as a starting point for the board's discussion this evening. So the goal was to create a dynamic academy model that prepares all students for college, career, and community leadership through integrated A through G aligned academics and CTE. Every student will graduate with the option to meet A through G requirements and or earn CTE industry certification in one of the career-focused pathways. We brainstormed 6 different pathways. Pathway number 1, which already exists at one of our sites, but it could be expand to another site, middle college or dual enrollment. Pathway number 2, hospitality and food services, which would include culinary arts, event management, customer service, and food safety, eventually leading to Serve Safe and hospitality certifications. Pathway number 3, green technology and engineering, STEM-based program focused on renewable energy, HVAC, robotics, mechatronics, auto mechanics, automation, and AI. Pathway number 4, construction, skilled trades, carpentry, electrical, plumbing, and building technology training using industry standard tools and methods. Pathway number 5, advanced manufacturing, print and graphics, digital fabrication, 3D printing, graphic design, and commercial print technology. And finally, the last one, public services and health services. That includes fire protection, firefighting, EMT training, and or ROTC. In summary, design a school in which every student has the option to graduate A through G ready and with the ability to enter the workforce and or an apprenticeship program directly out of high school. Upon completing high school with one of the following: a program certification, internship, and or pre-apprenticeship program completed. Next steps would be the Ed Services team is currently visiting several local and regional schools that meet the characteristics of the previously discussed items. Number 2, listen to board discussion, feedback, and ideas in September, October. Number 3, prepare a proposal presentation for the December board meeting as requested by Board Member Vincent. And number 4, listen to community stakeholder feedback in the months of January, February, and March.
Thank you, Dr. Costas. Board members, comments?
Thank you so much for bringing that up. I do have a few words to say. When I sat here today listening in the discussions regarding our trades people, and there was some negative connotation regarding our trades people. These are our heroes. These are the people that build our buildings. They sustain and keep us going. Without them, we would be living in the dark ages, okay? So I am very much, as somebody that worked as a chemical energy workers union when in my younger years for occupational health and safety, I do not appreciate thinking that we're demeaning those workers. They're our heroes. And I can tell you, the tradespeople is what keeps us going. Agriculture, right? Okay, plumbing, electricity. I had a young fella come into my house the other day to work on my HVAC system. He has 8 years experience. He's making $150,000 a year. So it's not a step backwards. It's not a fallback. They have dual opportunity to take a choice to go through college as well get a trade, okay? And if they decide they don't want to go into the trades, that's fine. They can go in and get a college degree. But I want to give you some statistics. 61% of people that graduate from high school go to university. Half of those people only get their degree after 6 years. That's what's happening today. It's not a 4-year degree program anymore. It's a 6-year, okay? And of those, half of those people, only half of them graduate, and of those half, only 15% of them or less go into the career that they have. They can't find a job in their career. This gives everybody equal equity in being able to find something that's going to help them out. This is going to make them into a career that pays real money, that takes care of the bills. So I feel very passionate about this. I believe in equity. I believe in the tradespeople. I believe they're our heroes, and we need to support them as much as possible. And we need to give our students a second chance in life and that, and not bottle them into an assembly line educational system. There needs to be freedom, and this is going to help the kids. There's a lot of poverty, and nobody's directing a kid into anything. They have a choice of what they want to do. This is called a choice. They don't have to be bottlenecked into one position and that. And so I'm very passionate about this, and I know it works, and I've seen some very successful people in the trades that have done very well for themselves. And some of them have gone on to university afterwards, electrician, to get an electrical engineering degree. We heard a gentleman say that was here last week talk about how he didn't know what he wanted to do in life. And then he eventually decided, hey, I'm going to be working in the irrigation business. And that he went back to university and got his degree. So I'm only trying to help out, because what's coming down the road in the next 5 to 10 years in our educational system, and everybody knows this, I'm only trying to help, we're seeing more and more enrollment decreasing. Our enrollment's decreasing substantially. Our absentees is increasing. So I know passionately there are other board members here that feel the same way, and that we need to give all of our kids an opportunity. So thank you so much. I maybe been long-winded, but hopefully I got the point across. So thank you so much.
Yeah. So just a quick question, Dr. Casas, which is, when you talk about 6 pathways, in a sense, are you describing we'll call it a dual enrollment program, meaning when you start high school, in a sense, you could say, I'm going to take the college route, or I'm going to take the trade route, and then you have various programs to fill each of those needs. Is that kind of what you're describing?
There are various models. The one that we are initially brainstorming is one that every student, regardless of what pathway they choose, can have the choice to go to college and or earn certification.
So it'd be, in a sense, everybody completes A through G, but on top of that, then you can go, let's say, one route, which is robotics and data science, and one route is
Correct.
Is some of the trade programs. Is that right?
Correct. Yep.
Which I love that concept, and I love the clarity of that concept, right? Knowing that a high school student's going to say, okay, here's my path. They could probably always change that path along the way, in a sense, right? But here's the direction that I'm working towards, and I fully support that, and making sure that that is a very, very visible decision for them.
And I'm in agreement. That's kind of what I was envisioning too, is, something that runs alongside the current program that, provides more than what we've currently got and additional options without really taking things away, but still providing some new opportunities and some new endpoints rather than just the traditional, hey, I got a degree. Let's get a degree and then something.
Yeah, and I'll just add, I also like the concept of preparing so that if the student chooses college, they've got all of the classes lined up that they've taken to approach it that way, and or exploring careers. I know that the state of California may have some challenges as far as those under 18 acquiring certain certifications. So I would like to look into what type of state waivers we would need to get or explore that would allow us to, for instance, we heard about that incredible student at Orange Glen who's doing middle college and the medical assistant program that we all heard about last month at our adult school. Well, the adult school doesn't always provide those, there's that competing idea of like the adults being 18, right? At our adult school or CNA pathway, you have to be 18. So how do we eliminate those obstacles so that kids can achieve more certifications before the age of 18?
Yeah, those are some of the things that we're currently exploring locally, regionally as well, how some different schools are doing that. One of the roadblocks that we face with getting certain certifications for minors, it's actually federal law, the work permit law, because it's tied to safety. It also goes back to child labor laws way back when, after the Great Depression, when they were worried about kids not finishing high school because they had to help out with the family working. And so, there's a lot of that.
Well, I would caution taking away any of those protections right now. I think that would be concerning to take away those protections. But I do want to see about like waivers or things that where we are in control of that versus
Absolutely.
What else?
All right, well, I don't have the study right at my fingertips, but it's interesting that my wife had shared with me that actually students that have a classical education background actually do better in the trades. And it's interesting, my son who did go to charter, I remember when he walked into the kitchen and he's like, yeah, I'm going to sign up for Latin 3. And I was like, wait, what? You're doing what? He's like, well, yeah, don't I have to take it because I need to finish that at school? I'm like, didn't you want to go into trades? And he's like, yeah, so he never had to take Latin 3, and he was very thankful. And here's a kid who was never going to go to college, and he got hired by Berg Electric out in Encinitas. He's up at 4:30 every morning. He's out the door at 5:15 with his lunch pail, and he's out there, and he works till 2 and 3 every day. He's 19 years old. They kick his ass. They tell him bad stuff, and yet he knows he's going to be an electrician.
Union or no?
He hasn't decided yet, Mike.
I'll talk. Just give him my number.
Yeah, I'll make sure. Anyway, with that said, it's like I'm totally in favor of trades and whatever we can do to help these students have opportunities, as opposed to whatever percentage come out of college with 60 grand in debt and can't find a job. We're going through a major shift in the economy in the world right now between AI and a number of other things that we're all having to work through it. And it's not easy, but I'm thankful for this board and the audience and the cabinet for taking the time to have the hard discussions, because these are hard discussions on everything we've talked about tonight. So I just want to applaud everybody that's here and having the discussions, so thank you. So that moves us on to action item 7, action upon recommended expulsion of the accused student for case number 2. I need a motion. Do we have that motion printed out? Okay, is that Trustee Durney?
I move to accept and approve the recommended expulsion of the accused student for case number 2 from September 9th, 2025 through at least August 1st, 2026, and to accept and approve the stipulated expulsion agreement. I second it.
All right, so then I guess we need to do a roll call vote, or just a, Okay. Yes, okay, so, and he's not here. So then, Member Knight, how do you vote?
Aye.
Member Vincent?
Aye.
Member Durney?
Aye.
Member Williams?
Aye.
And Member Weller say aye. So the action is approved. Do we need to do anything else at this point? Okay. We're going to move on to Human Resources Division section. And the items with asterisks were approved on consent. So items 1 and 2 were approved on consent. So here again, we have the interesting public hearing that we are having. So public hearing on initial proposal from the Escondido Union High School District to the Escondido Secondary Teachers Association for successor agreement 2025-2026. The attached proposal, which is online for those of you that are watching at home or here, the attached proposal from the Escondido Union High School District, UHSD, to the Escondido Secondary Teachers Association, ESTA, was brought to the Board of Education on August 5th, 2025. It was available for public review beginning August 6th, 2025, and is now ready for public hearing. So I will open up this hearing at 9:26. And are there comments? It looks like Mr. Sovakul will speak. It only took me 3 years.
Is this one timed?
For you, yeah.
I'm just kidding, I'm
Yeah.
just kidding.
15 minutes, Mike.
On behalf of our wonderful president, Anna Katie, and our wonderful bargaining chair, Joe Gerlamini, and as a member of the bargaining team, we look forward to an efficient and fair settlement that values educators so we can all get back to the work of educating our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments on this? All right, so then I'm going to close the meeting at 9:26. And let's see here. Do we need to? I'm closing the hearing, thank you, at 9:26. And anything else we're supposed to do with that hearing? Nope, okay, very good. All right, we're now moving on to Section H, Business Services Division. Again, item 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 were approved on consent. So that brings us to item number 9. Approve the SACS 2025 unaudited actual results for fiscal year 2024-25. Since I'm losing my voice, would Ms. Phillips take this, please?
Yes, I'd love to chime in. Tonight you have our unaudited actuals report before you for approval. We've completed the process of closing out our 24-25 books. Thanks to our finance team, purchasing, payroll. It's a team effort, and it's a tough time of year to close our books while we're starting a whole brand new one. And just so everyone knows, these are unaudited actuals. Our auditors were actually here last week, so hopefully in the coming months we will bring you our audit report. And the full report is included in your information tonight, but if you have any energy left, I am happy to answer any questions.
We have money for the rest of the year? We're good to go, okay. No one else has any comments? All right.
Only question would be is what's the timeline again between the unaudited and then actual audited results?
Usually we try to bring it in December or January. I think it's December. We usually try to bring it in.
All righty. Can we get a motion to approve the SACS 2025 unaudited actual results for fiscal year 24-25?
I will move to approve.
Second.
Any comments, discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
And we adopt that. Item number 10, adopt resolution R2025-2026/05, approving the annual GAN appropriation limit. The GAN, well, I'm going to hand it back to you.
One of the few history stories I think I get to tell.
Yes, I love it.
Each year, school districts are required by law to complete and adopt the GAN limit resolution. The GAN limit established by Proposition 4 in 1979 restricts the amount of tax revenues that can be appropriated each year. The annual calculation adjusts last year's limit for changes in inflation and student attendance, and then compares the adjusted limit to the district's actual expenditures. The This report confirms that the district is operating within the state's spending cap and is in compliance with constitutional requirements.
Thank
That was
you.
a great story.
I actually can remember my parents talking about the GAN information back in the,
Named after Paul Gann,
yes,
tax advocate.
yes,
Anti-tax, sorry. Anti.
anti-tax. Sorry, I should not laugh.
You said it, not me, Mike.
Okay, with that said, can I get a motion to adopt the resolution or?
Moved. A second.
And any discussion? No discussion. All in favor, say aye.
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 That motion passes, or we adopt that resolution. Thank you. All right, on to item I, district operations. Here again, adopt recommended additions and revisions in board policy. I'm going to hand this off to Superintendent. Would that be you, or? Yes. Oh, back to you, Amanda. Okay, I always get that messed up. Thank you.
Okay, so this is a second reading. This is for adoption. There were no changes. This was BP 3400 about our assets. So if you remember, this was our homegrown asset policy. So
Yes. Any question? Well, actually, let's get a motion first, please.
I'll move to approve.
Second.
And any discussion? All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion is adopted. We move down to item I2, adopt recommended revisions in administrative regulation 1312.3, human resources. Is that going to go to Mr. Kripalani? Okay, sir.
Thank you, President Weller. Yeah, this is a second reading for this administrative regulation. It was brought to the board last time for the first reading, so looking for approval. This again had to do with just updating the email address listed in the AR.
All right, thank you. Are there any discussion? Well, actually, can I get a motion, please?
I'll move to approve.
Second.
Any discussion? No discussion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. All right. We are now down to item 3, first reading of recommended revisions in board bylaws, 9100, 9140, 9223, and 9324. This one says superintendent next to it, so I better pass it off to Mr. Petersen.
Thank you. I know we have 3 speaker cards for this topic, and so we will get to the speakers shortly. I just wanted to provide some context first. Within this one agenda item, there are 5 bylaws being brought forward for revision. 4 of them are being brought forward at staff's recommendation simply because they are old, outdated bylaws, and there have been some changes in the law, and they need to be updated. One of the bylaws, bylaw 9100 on organization, was asked to be placed on the agenda tonight by board members in order to discuss the manner in which board officers are selected. And I believe that our 3 speaker cards wish to address bylaw 9100. So I will hand you those cards.
Very good. And Georgine Tomasi, you are up first, and then Aaron Evans, and then T.S. Musser. So welcome back, all 3 of you. See, I don't see Georgina. I saw her leave. I think she's gone. No, you can fill out a card, Mike. But I'll let you speak, but fill out a card. Okay, thank you. It's a bylaw 9100, but you're not up right now, Mike. Aaron Evans, please.
I saw her leave.
Okay, Aaron also left. Mike, you can be 2 people if you want. And then T.S. Musser? Looks like he may be gone as well. All right.
So,
as usual, we'll wait on Mike to make it.
Mr. Silva, for efficiency, he could speak first and then fill out the card.
Yes.
Thank you.
I don't have anything prepared for this, but I think I listened to the meeting, and what I understand, and correct me if I'm wrong, President Weller, is you want to change the rotation or the method in which the board president becomes the board president. And I've been in the district 22 years. And I've been at this podium far too much, and I'm looking to retire, not necessarily from teaching, but from ESTA, but we're still looking for the replacement. But I think the method we've used worked out pretty well. I don't understand the need to change something that's not broken. As I stated earlier, we got a lot of issues to focus on here, and it seems kind of nonsensical to have the 5 people vote for who's going to be president. Why? That would be my question. Why? What's wrong with just rotating through? Nobody has any more power. You might get to talk a little more, but to be quite honest, we like hearing from different people over the course of the years and during their terms. It's nice to let them get up there and say what they want to say or run the meeting. And Bob, I've appreciated how you've run this. And Bill, Carol, when Carol was there, I didn't always agree with Carol, but it was nice to hear from Carol. And I look forward to David and Ryan and Christy. Christy, you've done a good job as the president. So I don't understand the need to change something that's not broken. And so as a taxpayer from Trustee Area 5, Mr. Vincent, I would encourage you, if there's going to be a vote on this, to vote no on any change. It's not necessary. Things work well here. I think tonight was a good exercise in democracy with different people speaking, and I think it's good to hear from the different people that have been elected to the board to serve as board president. And I'd be open to hearing any other rationale to the contrary that's semi-logical, but I can't think of any at the moment, but that's also because it's well past my bedtime and I'm waiting to hear from your board report, so I'll shut up now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sovakol. Thank you. I'll get it one day. So as it says on the agenda here, these are being presented for information and discussion only as a first reading. Board members, discussion, feel free to speak.
Yes, I'd like to actually request, just 2 years ago, as a board, we affirmed Procedure 9100, Bylaw 9100, including yourself, Bob. I wouldn't want to see a change. I think we've been the gold standard because of that. Now you're president and you want to change it to stay president. I don't agree with that. And I just believe that I think we should hold this from next month so we can vote cleanly on the other items. I do not want to even see this come back for a second reading, if at all possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Durney. Any other?
Can I ask a question? Am I allowed?
Yeah.
Okay. Can I get people's approval on that? Can we vote on that? Anyhow, my question directly relates to what are other districts doing? I always look at benchmarks and that. Can you explain to how other districts manages the process?
Yeah, as part of reviewing this board bylaw, I went online and checked the bylaws of all the school districts in San Diego County. There are only 3 districts in their bylaws that do the rotation that we do, the Santee School District and the Escondido Elementary District. It would appear from the bylaws, printed bylaws, that all other school districts in the county simply elect their board officers at the December organizational meeting without any sort of rotation. Now, there could be unwritten norms or protocols some districts go by that I'm not aware of, but if I look at just the printed bylaws, there are 3 that specifically delineate the rotation in a manner that we do, and the others don't suggest any manner to elect their board officers, simply indicate in their bylaws that board officers will be selected by the board at the December organizational meeting.
Okay. And does the CSBA say that rotation is an acceptable form? I mean, I believe
They do not have a rotation in their sample board policy manual. So it's not in the sample board policy manual. I don't know if there are other places where they might have an opinion on that.
So if there's a election, I don't know how that would all run, but is there a time period? Like, is it like that person can run like 50 times?
In the sample policy manual published by the CSBA, the language is printed in this proposed first reading before you tonight. Those 3 lines in green that you see are from the CSBA policy manual, and they did state that optionally a district could choose to have term limits for the number of years a person would serve in a particular board officer position.
Okay.
And in my review of board bylaws across San Diego County, I only think I saw 3 districts that put a term limit on their board officers.
Personally, I've always respected the way that we've set up the organization and the leadership or officer rotational policy. I feel like it provides an environment of fairness and trust. I believe it also is just one more way to avoid the politicking and factions that are, in a sense, kind of created within all of this. I also love the concept of the team building that comes from it. Right, so I would argue, right, that Christy, you probably think differently about your role now after having been president once or twice, right? Bill, I would say that you probably think about your role differently now after being president, and I would say, Bob, the same thing is for you. When you move down at the end, in a sense, right, you would think differently about your role because of your time, and I think that we deserve I think everybody on the board deserves that chance, because it makes us a better group and it makes us a better team. I would also argue that the role of president is not a CEO of the board, that he or she is basically a facilitator more than anything else. There's not a lot of authority that the board president has, and so the fact that we treat that role in a sense as a training ground and making sure that everybody else has that opportunity, I think is a respectable organization that we've always had for a very long time. So I would propose that we keep that structure.
And I guess I'm the last one to comment, and since I commented last month about concerns I have related to attendance, I will restate that. I do have concerns about attendance. And I'm sorry that I'm bringing that up, but it is a concern that I have. And while I did not request to see this come forward so President Weller could be president again, I will be very transparent. I believe I am the qualified candidate to be board president next year, and that would be my reasoning by supporting this, is I do intend to request board support so that I can serve as president as the longest standing current board member and perhaps the one with the least, I don't know, what's the right word?
Baggage.
I don't have a word. No, I've got tons of baggage, everybody does, but perhaps the one that might be the most qualified at this time to lead the district through this next year. So that would be my reason for supporting it, and I know we have a person in the community that questioned why I would change my mind. And that is why I have changed my mind. We had 2 years to see, and while I recognize we all have incredibly busy lives and incredibly, we have huge responsibilities in our jobs, I have made a strong effort to be at every board meeting I can since I was elected to this board, outside of giving birth and having COVID last year as president. Attendance is incredibly important, and I would like to see another year of solid attendance before I could support you as president. And I'm sorry, I'm being very, very transparent, and I think that's important.
Well, and I wouldn't disagree with attendance is important, right? So I've missed 2 days and coming up on 3 years now. So I would argue that there's a reason why there are 5 of us, right? We are all people. We are all somewhat volunteers, even though we get a very small stipend. And while missing 2 meetings in 3 years might sound like a lot to some, I believe we are all real people, and we're all here to serve as best as we can. And as best as we can might be an 80-hour full-time job for some, right, who might be retired, and a full-time job, and best as they can might be missing 2 meetings in 3 years. So, like I said, I still believe and support that, the fact that that choosing our officers based on creating an environment of trust and development of the whole group, I think is more important to me than anything else. And also, there's a reason why there's a president and a vice president and a clerk. If the president doesn't happen to be there or gets COVID or has a baby, right? That's what the vice president is for.
Or steps down.
Or steps down or whatever it might be. That's what the vice president is for. So again, I still stand by the fact that we've had a great organization for a lot of years, and I don't see the need to change it.
So I'm somewhat in agreement with you in some way, okay? Because despite the fact that my job takes me around the world because I do public health initiatives and I try to intervene public health issues that could impact our country and such, I have never missed a meeting. I was always online. I've always had to post on my hotel door meeting. So I've never, ever missed a meeting. I was always in some way or other able to communicate. Sometimes it was really bad, but, you know, it sounded like a Smurf, you know, because of the sound quality coming from wherever I go to. So I travel around the world. I'm in a lot of countries and that. And my public health initiatives is very important to me, as well as my commitment to the community and our students. That is very important to me. So in saying that, I understand where you're coming from, but I also have to say that my job is not unique, okay, in that it allows me to be physically here and that I travel and I do, sometimes I just have to do what I have to do because it's a part of my livelihood, okay? So my dedication to the public health of this nation, okay, and the world. So that being said, I'm kind of torn between the election process because I can understand completely where you're coming from. You don't want people that are assigned to represent the community not showing up or not attending in that. But at the same time, I hope you understand there are some of us that have unique jobs that requires us. But I've always still made an attempt to call in and support our community and our students, okay? So that's all I got to say on that.
And David, I'll agree. I've done that myself. I've put the sign on my hotel room door. I'm traveling because I've got to do that. I think, Ryan, you've done that. I'll also admit, I've missed 2 meetings in the past 3 years. I mean, I've also missed 2 meetings. And
understandably,
right?
A little bit different.
no, but still, there are legitimate reasons. I could not be here. I wish I could have been. I did miss those meetings. I try to get to the board member meetings, the agenda meetings. I go and do other stuff. I've seen Ryan out there too. I've seen him out in the public at our events. He does things. So I know we miss meetings sometimes. We're freaking human. It happens. You've missed meetings. Bob's missed meetings. David, you haven't yet, but you will.
I have not missed any meetings.
Okay, okay. One day you may. It happens. So, you know, these things happen. And you know, if we're actually saying, well, gee, we don't want to do it because this guy's missed a couple of meetings, I can't go along with that. So anyways, that's my 2 cents.
Well, actually, this is not an action item. This is not an action item, David.
Yeah, my request would be that we actually bring this back next month without 9100 so we can actually vote on it and say, I'd like to vote on these 3 that are not included, or bring it back as 2 separate items for next month.
So to clarify, we would bring back all of the items proposed under tonight's first reading, bring them all back as a second reading next month with Board Bylaw 9100 separated from the other 3 board bylaws. That way we can consider 9100 separate from the other 3 second reads.
The other 4. But my preference would be not even
Okay.
to have it listed because I don't see the need to change it.
I would also, I would say my last point in this was to say, you know, the concept of the rotational officer change, right, in a sense is, it means that we'll call it the optimal person for president is not always going to be president, right? But from my perspective, the role that we have as president is really, like I said, it's not the CEO, it's the facilitator. We all pretty much have the exact same amount of authority. And so because of that, whether you're the president, vice president, clerk, or I think we call them member 1 and member 2, either way, we're all still trustees, right? And we still have all the same amount of authority more than anything else. And that's the part that matters.
Okay.
So,
It's an issue, the voters
Mike. All right, well,
the question I do have is if
it's
we
not
do,
it's not an action item, so here's the deal. Either someone can make a motion to strip out 9100 or leave it in. My favor is to leave 9100 in because what we're doing, there's a lot of changes in our district. This is just a bylaw change. As we all agree, the president is not an executive. I did not bring this up so that I could run for another term after tonight. Why would I want to? So the thing is that I want to just leave them all in because they're just bylaw changes and it's matching more closely to the rest of the county. And our district, we are going through some significant changes, whether it's CTE or other different things that we're dealing with. And this is just one of the additional changes to bring us up to speed. So that I would just say leave it all in. So if somebody makes a motion.
No, you cannot do a motion or second. It's not an action item. But
Okay.
here's what I will give some advice. I'm not hearing, if all 5 of you were saying, don't bring it back, we, as board president and superintendent, when we develop the agenda, could simply leave it off. But since I don't hear that unanimous consent, what we'll do is we'll bring it back for a second read, but we can separate 9100 to be a separate item so that you could still vote to approve if you want to the other 4 bylaws. I can even, if you want, separate all 5 bylaws into separate board items. Okay, so it just means 5 votes. It's more votes, but to be completely fair, we can separate them for the second read, and you can do an vote it up or vote it down on all 5.
Sounds good.
That sounds good. That's why you're superintendent.
the only question I would have about that, John, would be is the proposed, are some of the proposed changes in 9100, does that fall down and impact any of the other bylaws?
No.
Okay.
No.
All right. The other question I would have is, I believe 9100, the way it is written, there are some, and there's been so much we talked about today, I forget what it was, but there are some things that are not included in there that I think should be in there, even if I disagree with it, if it's still coming forward. I believe it's I'd have to go find my notes again, but it is missing something that's important.
Is it related to the consecutive terms, perhaps?
Either
Term
consecutive
limit?
terms is one of those options, but it's also what happens if someone resigns or
Vacates.
yeah, I think it has to do with the vacating the role and how the new person is selected.
And that was what the board revised a little less than 2 years ago when we brought this forward. And it was necessitated by the fact that there is a rotation. So then what do you do when there is a vacancy and that disrupts the flow, the order and the rotation? If you're not going to have a rotation, it's a non-issue.
Well, but if the president resigns in a sense,
then the board would elect a new president.
you just have another election in a sense. Okay. Do we need to spell that out though in there again then?
It's not in the CSB recommended sample policy. I didn't see any other district that had that.
All right, any last comments? Okay, we'll move on to item 4, first reading of recommended additions and revisions to Administrative Regulation 3512. That goes to Ms. Phillips.
This one is just a CSBA recommended language for changing our equipment regulation. It's pretty simple, only a few green lines in there. Just equipment shall be used for approved district-related purposes, and a few other lines that reinforce that related to our own board bylaws and administrative regs. So exciting reading for you on another night.
Thank you so much. Any comments, questions from the board? All right. So now we come to item 5, board member reports, comments, and we'll start with Trustee Williams and go down the line.
Okay. Let me find some of my notes here. One of which was I wanted to congratulate Jorge Sanchez of Orange Glen, sophomore. Ran in the cross-country race, I think, in a couple weeks ago. Ran 2 miles at a mile pace of 4:39.
That's insane.
And he's a sophomore. So shout out to Jorge Sanchez for being able to do that over the course of 2 miles. I would also congratulate, I'm going to say it, Brian in Escondido. He also ran the 3-mile race with a 5:38 mile time. So props to these guys. I've been at these races with these guys, and they've been doing a fantastic job. Some of it's been really hot at the same time. So props to those kids for all the hard work, literally, that they're doing here. You know, with me not being at that last meeting, I both kind of feel, and for the August meeting, I both feel to some extent sad that I wasn't there to hear all the things personally. I did hear them in the video, but to hear all the, and to kind of be here with you, Carol, in terms of what all that is going on, but also halfway glad I wasn't here with that too, because it was painful to watch on the video at the same time. But I would like to say that more or less props to our community here. Like it's no matter which side of that argument that you all sat in on, we all gave each other respect, right? And everybody has their own opinions, and they are very much welcome to their own, but I definitely appreciated and respected the amount of respect that was given to everybody. And so I think that is a great reason why we as Escondido can and do stand together, because while we do disagree, while we all do define things differently and how we should talk and treat people differently, we can and did show a great amount of respect and love for those like Carol here today. So I would also like to, in a sense, say I'm very impressed with the FFA group here today. You all did a fantastic job of standing up and showing yourselves and the community that you as students really know how to stand up for what you believe in and do the work required to get what you like in life. And that is an extremely valuable trait and skill to learn at such an early age. So congratulations to you all as well. And so again, it is now almost 10 o'clock, so I'm going to keep that short. So that'll be my spiel for today.
Trustee Durney, thank you.
Thank you. I just want to say that I've been overwhelmed by the support I saw today, and I thank the community. I see that Escondido does indeed support me, and I appreciate that. Really, I did not want this to be about me, but, you know, they've made it about me. And just to answer the one question that was out there today, someone asked my views. You know, I'm still a Republican. I didn't become a Democrat because of this. You know, my views have not really changed, and, you know, I just have some new additional experiences and some stuff that I can share with the board. You know, it's just a little bit different. Like that person said, you know, maybe my name changed, but that doesn't change me. So that's all I've got today, and thank you all.
Trustee Vincent, I know you had a request to go last. Did you still want to go last?
No, I'll go.
Okay, fine.
I'm going to go for it. So I had the pleasure to visit, this is my second visit to OG. I'm going to use a short form of it. It's cool. And I've met some really amazing teachers there who embody our mission of excellence. I got to say that. In the CTE program, just amazing professionals. I can tell you, They got the neatest toys in automotive there. I mean, I was so impressed with some of the technology that they're using. Also, I visit, and I got to just say, this guy's amazing. I went to the classroom and I met Mr. Clark, AP English. I've seen some passion and dedication there. I got to tell you, this guy's amazing. These educators are shaping our future, and they deserve our full support. However, that being said, I have to say this, okay? But our students really also deserve safe and modern facilities. OG was built in the 1960s and need urgent repairs. Its library and classrooms are outdated, and I'm calling for an immediate investigation for asbestos evaluation, because I'm really concerned with those tiles in the classrooms. And I feel that there's stains on there, there's water damage, no kid or no teacher should be exposed to that environment, okay? So I'm requesting that we investigate right away, and I hope you guys support me in that, because it concerns me that there's asbestos potentially. Don't panic, don't go running, but we need to investigate to make sure. Also, as I mentioned before, we need to look at the library. We got to really do something with the library there. It's a learning space, and we should look at getting something done to modernize that library. If we're going to do anything, give the kids a really good, healthy work environment or learning environment, be able to have a good library. I went in there and it is so antiquated. I mean, at first I didn't even know it was a library. So I would propose that we definitely, absolutely, immediately go in and investigate potential, not just in the classrooms, but elsewhere. It's 1960s. We know what happened in 1960s. Everything was asbestos. Fireproofing, we didn't know it. So I'm not saying I don't want people to be panicking, but we do need to investigate that, okay? Sorry? Okay, did you guys all hear that?
Nobody heard anything.
Okay, do you want me to repeat everything again? No? Okay. Okay, thank you, everyone. Appreciate it.
Thank you. I just want to really thank everybody for coming out tonight. Last month was a very difficult public comment period to sit through, I would say. Mike, you spoke you were the one that really understood the challenge with stopping any form of public comment when you're in a public meeting. I have sat through years working for other elected officials that have been attacked. Horrible things have been said about them and their children, and it's horrible to sit by and not be able to say anything or defend them. This person I have served with for almost 13 years is my friend. You look a little different, but I see the same person, so that's where I'm coming from. And I just want the public to understand that silence does not mean agreement, and it is not fair for society to say that because you do not speak up in a public setting that you are agreeing with anything that's being said. That is not the case. I understand how privileged that podium is to express your comments to your elected officials. And sometimes it's incredibly painful to hear those comments, and it's not right what's said. But that is a protected podium and microphone, and I can't stop anybody from saying things. So again, this is my friend. I will continue to serve with Carol. This is not easy for anyone. but please do not give meaning to anyone's actions or non-actions, if that makes any sense. So just need to say that. And what else was I going to comment about? It's a great, exciting school year. I have a freshman this year, so again, I'm a consumer and I will have a lot of comments, but I'm really just really thrilled about some of the incredible students we saw here tonight and the potential and the human capital that we have in this district. And we are continuing to invest in that human capital in all forms. And so I just thank you all for sharing your views and respecting our roles as public servants. So thank you, that's all.
Thank you, Trustee Knight. So I will finish with saying that it's very, I ran on a campaign of mental health. It was one of my top issues for students that was coming out of COVID. And it's interesting when people don't really know about you that much, there's a lot of assumptions made. And it's interesting that my wife and I work in the gender dysphoria area, helping students in that area. We've had a number of students that struggle with gender dysphoria to our house. We love them. We do not preach to them, and they come over and, you know, they're with friends with my kids. And so we're around that community. So lest you think that I don't have any experience in this area, I do. So I, and the board, and the community, we have the same goals in mind, and that is what's best for the students. And a lot was made out tonight about love. One speaker mentioned something about truth and love. And so I look forward to having discussions going forward about truth, love, data, and facts. There's a lot of medical journals coming out with information now on the trans community. Trustee Durney has every right to present as however he wants, and I'm not opposed to that. So with that said, I just want to let you know that I am very sensitive to the struggles of our students in this area, and I look forward to having more dialogue because as we speak about it, more truth will come out, and I look forward to what's best for our students. So thank you for giving me the time as well to speak tonight. With that said, I will pass it on to Superintendent Petersen.
Thank you. Good evening. It's a pleasure to be able to give my report tonight at the end of the meeting.
What's for breakfast?
Yeah. It's wonderful to have our students back on campus, and I've truly enjoyed attending the back to school night events at Escondido High School and Orange Glen High School. And I'm also looking forward to the upcoming back to school events at Valley High on September 17th, Del Lago Academy on October 1st, San Pasqual High School on October 6th, and Escondido Adult School on October 8th. Thank you to all of our staff who work so hard to create safe, welcoming, and engaging environments for our students and families. Next month, our district will once again host the College and Career Fair, taking place on October 14th from 5 to 7 p.m. at Escondido High School. This free event is open to all students across the city and will feature information on apprenticeships, CTE programs, financial aid, military branches, and CSU UC admissions requirements. While I will miss attending this year due to our October board meeting, I've had the privilege of participating the past 2 years, including once with my oldest son, and I can personally attest to how valuable the event is. I want to thank our Director of College and Career Readiness, Mia Funk, and her team for their leadership and dedication in making this opportunity available to our community. I'd also like to extend a warm welcome to Nathan and Hannah, who, due to the late hour, they needed to get home because school starts very early in the morning and they had homework to do. But I will let them, give them more welcome later when I meet with them. We were happy to see them sworn in this evening. I'm grateful for our student board members and their commitment and look forward to the insight and perspective that they will bring to our board. Before closing, I'd like to end on a note of celebration by sharing some district accomplishments. Del Lago Academy has been recognized by the U.S. News and World Report as one of the top 20 public high schools in San Diego County, ranking number 12, actually, overall. This recognition reflects Del Lago's academic excellence, high graduation rates, and strong college readiness. Also, Orange Glen High School earned second place among schools with more than 300 graduating seniors in the countywide Race to Submit campaign, achieving a 27.6% increase in the number of students who complete the FAFSA. And related to that, as a district, the Escondido High School District also placed second countywide in the large district category. I want to thank our dedicated staff for encouraging and guiding our seniors as they take these critical steps towards expanding their post-secondary opportunities. And finally, I'd like to recognize that this week is National Suicide Prevention Week. Across our schools, students and staff are engaging in activities that emphasize the importance of connection, support, and awareness of the 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline. It's a meaningful reminder to us that no one is alone. As I close, I want to thank our governing board for your ongoing leadership and dedication to our district, and also thank you to Dr. Casas, Mr. Kirpalani, and Mrs. Phillips for the tireless work you do in supporting all of our schools. Thank you very much.
All right, so I wish I was Oprah Winfrey and I could say everybody remaining wins a car, but sadly I can't. So all I can say is there are no additional public comments, so we get to adjourn the meeting tonight at, Dang, I had this in my hands. Get to the microphone. Get to the microphone.
I'll take your time.
Do we have closed session? Yeah, we do. We do.
Good evening, board. My name is Terry Ryan, and I wanted to just make a quick comment. We were at last meeting. All of the students were there, and I was there. And I just wanted to tell you how much I appreciate the dignity, the courtesy, and the patience you show to every speaker. I am very proud of you. I'm proud of everything that you represent. You're such a good example to the students, to the adults, and to the community, so thank you.
Thank you for speaking. I've been corrected. Since we are being excused to closed session, we will go into closed session. For those of you that want breakfast, we'll be back at 3 a.m. And no, we will not, we don't know when we'll be back. We still have business to do in closed session, but we will be back to adjourn when we're done. Thank you.
No actions are anticipated to be taken, but we will come back out to adjourn when we are finished.
Thank you. Thank you for staying for the whole thing, and you should be proud of yourself. No, I have.